were going, I think, to stay overnight at her mother's and then go see her father's grave the next day. And instead, she'd set up this new life in New Canaan, and they took off. And the next morning, she walked into a lawyer's office and filed for a divorce and a restraining order.
One of the most, I don't even know how to say it, terrible aspects of this story that caught me from the beginning. Rich Cohen's book, Murder in the Dollhouse, the Jennifer Dulo story, a must read, that grabbed all of us, was that in this world of domestic violence, Jennifer did everything right, and she had every resource known to humankind, and she was still kidnapped and killed. So what does that say?
That's a horrible lesson that it doesn't, everybody thinks we kind of think that if you have enough money, you'll be safe. And she did everything, like you said. She had bodyguards. She moved into a house that was sort of walled off and protected. And she had the best lawyers. But if somebody really wants to do you harm, no amount of money can protect you. And I think that's like a lesson I took away from it. So it is just this unbelievable tragedy. And it's one of the reasons it was so shocking to us is because it was this horrible violence that broke out in the most domestic, mundane, ordinary of places on the most ordinary of days. And the fact that she drops her kid off and then, from what the police determined, she goes back home. She's been involved in this divorce for over a year. She opens her garage, and in the police phrase, he's lying in wait for her. And then she's never seen again because they've never found her body, which I think you just said. So it's amazing how many people I spoke to, especially women where I live, which is in Ridgefield, who really spoke of this as touching on kind of a primal fear they had from relationships in their past. And this is the nightmare that, in this case came true.
And Rich Cohen, what do you think? I don't want to do too many spoilers. Your book is great, Murder in the Dollhouse. But what do you think he did with her body?
Well, personally, based on everything I've read and everything I've spoken to, I don't think that I think she's buried somewhere very close to where she lived. He rode down from Farmington, where they had lived, to New Canaan in sort of a rickety pickup truck, basically taken from one of his employees who he apparently was trying to frame. Mm-hmm. And everybody I've spoken to said that thing was unreliable, would break down, sometimes wouldn't start. So I find it hard to believe he would actually take her body in that truck 50 miles or whatever back up to Farmington. That was just too risky. There's one of the amazing things about the story, which you'll remember, is the degree to which how much of his actions that day were actually on camera.
I know.
Because you don't realize,
astonishing.
Everywhere.
Right, yeah. Right. And people thought, and the dogs and everything were brought to Waveney, and everybody thought that that's where she was originally buried, which is this vast, beautiful park owned by the town of New Canaan, a public park. But they never found it.
Yeah, well, he sort of set it up to look like it was Waveney because he took her car, left it right outside Waveney, backed it up into a tree and left it in reverse, I think hoping that the police would see it and think she'd been, someone grabbed her, pulled her out of the car and pulled her into the park. And they would look there, but that was just like a false trail. And there's two periods of time during that day, once for about an hour in the morning when he's down here, and once for about an hour later in the day when he's in Farmington, that he sort of is off camera. And so the thought is he got rid of her body. So in one of those 2 hours, I think probably she's buried somewhere very close to her house, either by him during that hour or possibly, there's some talk that somebody came in possibly from Greece, helped them. But there was another person who helped them that hasn't been found. And if that's the case, you sort of go out into the woods and bury her. You'll never find her. They're not looking there. And in that case, one of the mysteries of the case to me is Michelle Troconis is in prison now for 14 years, I think. The one chip she had to play is where's Jennifer's body? And I think maybe she genuinely doesn't know. Maybe even Fotis didn't know.
Oh, I see what you mean. In other words, Fotis hightails it back with all of the accoutrement of Jennifer, which he's then seen putting in various receptacles up in the Hartford area. And in the meantime, you think he left someone else to literally do the dirty work. Interesting.
Yeah, and then to get on a plane maybe back to Greece and never be seen again.
Never be seen again. This thing took a lot of premeditation.
Him, he can,
yeah.
That's what was so unbelievably chilling about the whole thing. So one of the big puzzles for me, just as a writer thinking about this, is the kind of person who does what I believe he did, and the police believe he did, is that person like a normal person driven to extreme, like along the spectrum, or are they different? And I think he's different. I think they say 5% of the people in the world or in the country are psychopaths. And I don't mean it to sound like a crazy person, but somebody that doesn't feel empathy for other people and see other people only as an object to get what they want or an object in their way. And I think that was him. I don't think he really recognized the reality of Jennifer. And where you really see it is in the coldness. This isn't something they got in a fight in the heat of the moment. He grabbed the gun. This was a coldly calculated, plotted thing where he went in very coldly and basically beat her to death in her own garage, the mother of his children. And then he went on TV and gave interviews where he said the biggest victim in all this was him because he was suffering because the police were looking at him. And I don't think he was lying when he said that. I think he genuinely believed that he was the big victim. So, I would like to say one thing that one of the people I spoke to when I started working on the book, I said was somebody who seriously dated her, and he said what bothered her about him, about all the coverage, was the way she'd just been turned into this tabloid story, which is, and, she's just the victim. She's just like a body in a scene. And because I identified with her so strongly, when I wrote this book, I thought maybe you can do a different kind of true crime book where she is at the center of the book. She is at the center of her own story. It's about her, because it's only when you really get to know her, care about her, understand her, and realize what a special person she was that you realize the enormity of the crime. So I've seen it as my object to sort of put her back at the center of her story and to do this thing, which I thought was kind of unusual, which was to make a true crime book that was not about death so much as it was about life.
On this day, which is very soon to be the 6th year anniversary of the disappearance and presumed death of Jennifer Dulos, local author Rich Cohen wrote Murder in the Dollhouse, the Jennifer Dulos story, which is a deep dive into the actual human that Jennifer Dulos was, not just the headline. Rich, welcome back. So round us out about Jennifer Dulos. Tell us stuff about her that we didn't know, that we don't know. Who was she?
Well, she was. I said she went to St. Anne's in Brooklyn Heights, and her father was. He did, I think, the first Jewish head of the bond department at J.P. Morgan, and then he left J.P. Morgan and started his own company, and he was very wealthy. Her mother, very accomplished person in the childhood development. She has a PhD. She's at Columbia, and her aunt. That is, which was started by her uncle and her aunt. Wait,
Rich, we lost you. What is her aunt? We lost you.
Liz Claiborne.
Oh, her aunt is Liz Claiborne. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Liz Claiborne had a partner who set up the business with her. That was her uncle, who'd been in the sort of garment industry in New York, and her mother went to the same high school as Philip Roth, and comes from New Jersey, kind of worked her way into this great career. And Jennifer was a person, she was very smart, and she was a writer. She was a really good writer. She went to Brown, and after Brown, she fell in with this group. She went to NYU, became a playwright, and fell in a group with other young playwrights who were sick of waiting for their plays to be produced. And at the insistence of their teacher, their guru, this guy, Eduardo Mercado, they started their own playwriting collective, and they started putting on plays. And this thing started to build. This is when I got to know her first, because they had these huge parties through a friend downtown in a loft on White Street. And it was just a moment in time. And she was like the king of this moment. She was really talented, becoming very successful, very good looking, and sort of somebody that everybody admired and wanted to be like. And her plays, a lot of money was given to this playwriting group by her father. Many people from this playwriting group went off and had hugely successful careers and have hugely successful careers working for HBO and creating TV shows that everybody knows. Okay, so this is like a very group of accomplished people. The first big breakout play, this is just one thing that surprised me when I found it out. The first big breakout play was one that she wrote called The Red Doors, which was the Red Doors were Eve Arden. And they were about, her family and her love of going to Eve Arden with her mother when she was a little girl.
You don't mean Eve Arden. You mean Elizabeth Arden.
Oh, yeah, Elizabeth Arden, sorry.
Eve Arden was the great actress. Elizabeth Arden was the Red Door. Yeah. I remember that, yes.
And the program was very cool what they did, because the program of the play, which now the only one you can find is actually in the New York Public Library, like as an archive. They're all gone. It actually looks like the red doors that open up. And inside is, and it was this play that was sort of a gentle satire of rich people in New York and her family. The guy who directed it was the guy who ran the playwriting group, and he saw underneath it was this satire about rich people in New York, and he kind of twisted the play and made it this very hard satire. And it was a hit. They extended the run. It was written up in the New York Observer, in the Village Voice. Stuff was written about this in the New York Times. It was a big deal. And then her father went to see the play, and he threw an after party, and he basically said, according to the people who were there, I won't use the language, you've made your family look terrible. You sold out your family, basically. And I'm disgusted by this play in slightly different words. And at that point, she canceled the run of the rest of the play, and she quit the playwriting group and went off in this totally different direction.
Oh, my.
And then emerges a couple years later, or whatever it is, engaged to this guy she just met, but she had known at Brown, which is Fotis Dulos. And there were warning signs to this, because she'd always wanted to have a lot of kids. She was now getting to be in her mid-30s. She was running out of time, and she knew Fotis Dulos in college and wasn't interested in him romantically, because she thought he was very good looking, but he was boring. But now at age 34, there's not so many options, and there's not a lot of time. And she marries this guy, and after 3 dates with him, she met him at the airport in Aspen, Colorado, she does a search of the internet and discovers that this guy she's dating is already married. And when she confronts him, he's like, oh, yeah, but the marriage is falling apart. But he never told her he was married.
Wow.
And instead, he sort of uses it to imply, this is kind of what people who are psychopathic do, this terrible thing about him that he's lied about, that he's married. He says, well, because I basically implied that he wanted to have kids right now and his wife wasn't ready. He was looking for someone else. Now, so it had been a negative quality, like some reason he never talked to someone again. He suddenly turned it into a positive quality, which is he wants to have kids right now, which he knew Jennifer did. So it's like, that's kind of what psychopathic people do and what he had the ability to do, which is he sees what you need and he becomes that thing. And that's what he did for her. And if you look at the timeline, his divorce comes through. 4 months later, they get married. A year after that, they have twins. A couple years after that, they have 2 sets of twins. And a couple years after that, they have 5 kids, like basically 5 kids in 7 years. So her life just does this 180 that starts with that play, The Red Doors.
That's really fascinating, Rich. I guess her father devastated her. He gave her a punch in the gut. And as a result of that, she made some bad choices. Bad choices.
Yeah, but see, the interesting thing about it is, because this is where I identify with her. Everyone who writes about their own family, piss off your family. Because if you're going to write about it honestly, you see them different than they see themselves. And if it's a parent, they've always been in control of what you say because you're their kid. Now, and you've got to sort of make a decision. There's a famous quote, which is, when a writer's born into a family, that family's finished. And this is what the guy means. And it's like she got out to that point where you have to get to as a writer, and she turned back. And she was a very worshipful feeling about her father. Mm-hmm. And, her sort of intense worship and love of her father, I think almost was like something that you need to grow out of it. If you're a writer, probably anybody. So I always tell my own kids, like, remember, I'm full of crap. At some point, you listen to me, but then you acknowledge I'm just a person like you, trying to find my own way in the world, and I don't have all the answers. So, to me, it's something more than I am, basically. So I think that she never really got to that point, and it became debilitating.
Thank you for that insight, Rich Cohen. I really appreciate that. I didn't know that story. The book is Murder in the Dollhouse, the Jennifer Dulos story. Rich Cohen wrote it. Go get it. It's riveting. It's wonderful. He's a great writer. Rich, thank you so much for being with us today. Good luck with this book.
Thanks, Lisa.
Fantastic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A rainy, windy, and raw afternoon on the way with a high only near 50. More rain through midnight, then showers after midnight, below in the mid-40s. Cloudy on Friday, scattered showers and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's May 22nd. On this date in 1980, the arcade game Pac-Man is released. In 1992, Johnny Carson made his final appearance as the host of The Tonight Show.
And so it has come to this. I can only tell you that it has been an honor and a privilege to come into your homes all these years and entertain you. I bid you a very heartfelt good night.
In 2005, Thurl Ravenscroft died at the age of 91. He's remembered for two voices.
They're great!
And this one.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You really are a hero.
May 22nd.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Wallace. The White House is condemning the fatal shooting of 2 Israeli embassy employees in Washington, D.C. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
Hatred has no place in the United States of America under President Donald Trump.
Trump spoke with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today about the shooting. The alleged gunman, Elias Rodriguez of Chicago, is in custody.
Attorney General Pam Bondi says she spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu about the deadly attack.
He was devastated, and it broke my heart to talk to Bibi last night. He was devastated.
Addressing reporters outside the Capitol Jewish Museum, she said the hate has got to stop.
Our Jewish community must feel safe.
As for the suspect who shouted "Free Palestine" while being taken into custody,
this person will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
A new report from the Southern Poverty Law Center says the number of hate and extremism groups has dropped slightly. But Center President Margaret Huang says there's been a resurgence of white supremacist anti-government groups.
The reason for that is because they no longer have to organize and recruit people to champion these ideologies because they have their proponents in positions of power.
There's no word yet on the number of deaths after a small plane crashed into a military housing neighborhood of San Diego. At least 15 homes caught fire. Mayor Todd Gloria says several streets have been evacuated.
We'll be supporting these families who are impacted here. They're part of the military community that makes up our city, the proud partners of our community.
By the thinnest of margins, the House has approved President Trump's domestic policy bill.
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 214, with one answering present. The bill is passed.
The bill includes Trump's tax cuts and defense and energy priorities. Its fate in the Senate is uncertain. CBS's Jim Krasula tells us another major brand will soon cost more.
Nike says it's raising prices in the U.S. The athletic footwear and apparel giant did not blame Trump administration tariffs specifically for the move. Almost all of what Nike sells is made in Asia. The company says its shoe prices will increase $5 to $10.
Adidas recently said it's raising its prices because of the tariffs. In a 4-4 decision, the Supreme Court has blocked the creation of a taxpayer-funded religious charter school in Oklahoma. CBS News legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum.
Social conservatives have gotten used to the court siding with principles of religious liberty over other conflicting constitutional priorities. Today's ruling is a rare setback.
Justice Amy Coney Barrett recused herself from the case, hence the tie vote. Future stocks are higher this afternoon. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
10 educators were arrested while protesting at Governor Ned Lamont's office in Hartford yesterday. They were taken into custody for civil disobedience after camping outside of the governor's office in the Capitol building in an effort to increase education spending in this year's budget. Following the arrests, Governor Ned Lamont spoke with WFSB Channel 3 and said that he supports more education funding but can't give the teachers everything they're asking for.
I want the money to go where it makes the biggest difference. That's for the teachers. That's in the classroom. That's apprentice teachers. That's Big Brother, Big Sister. Those are the programs I really care about, and summer programs as well. I'm going to do everything I can to tell the teachers we respect everything they're doing, how important they are.
The protesters said the state must put more into education, with school districts across Connecticut facing funding cuts. In some districts, that could mean layoffs. Starting today, you'll be seeing more people out on the roadways. AAA projected more than 45 million people will be traveling 50 miles or more from home for the Memorial Day weekend holiday, setting a new record. That projection accounts for people nationwide today through Monday. The highest percentage of people getting away will be driving. Connecticut State Police are reminding drivers that troopers will be out in full force throughout the holiday weekend. There will not be specific checkpoints set up across the state, but state police are reminding folks to never drink and drive or get distracted behind the wheel. A Danbury man is the winner of a $2 million scratch ticket. The Connecticut Lottery said the ticket was purchased at J&R White Street Citgo in Danbury. The winner said he wants to buy a house and do some traveling. And a late-season nor'easter is bringing heavy rain and gusty winds into Connecticut today. As much as 2 inches of rainfall is forecast, with isolated higher amounts possible. Winds will gust to 40 miles per hour at times, especially near the coast. It's unseasonably chilly, too, with temperatures mostly staying in the 40s. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a crash at exit 37 in Milford has things backed over the Moses Wheeler Bridge. Southbound onlooking delays start before the Milford connector. In lower Fairfield County, 95, volume delays in Stamford, Norwalk, and Westport Parkway. Overall is your best bet. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliason and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Edge Krause at WICC Traffic.
Rain this evening, then showers after midnight, below in the mid-40s. Cloudy tomorrow. There will be scattered showers and milder with a high near 60. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, you have a little assignment from me during the show today, maybe after the show, into the long holiday weekend, which kicks off late tomorrow, Friday into Saturday and Sunday and Monday, the Memorial Day weekend, the first kind of unofficial, official/unofficial weekend of summer. What your assignment is to pay attention to how your member of the State House, there are 151 members of the Connecticut State House, about a 2-to-1 margin for Democrats there. How the State Senate, there are 36 members in the State Senate, about a 2-to-1 margin. Democrats over Republicans in the State Senate. You need to do this. Trust me. I'm dead serious about this. I'm not being, hokey here on a Thursday. Hey, the wacky radio guy. You have to pay attention to House Bill 5002, HB 5002 or 5002. It is an omnibus House bill. Those are the words. It is an omnibus bill, rather, I should say, an omnibus housing bill. The omnibus bills are the worst kind. The majority in Hartford does this all the time. They wait till the last minute before debate is to start, and they dump a big bill on the desks of the majority and the opposition, knowing that it'll take time for all the legislators to read it, and knowing that after they do that, if they have questions about a certain part of the bill, it takes time for their lawyers and their legislative assistants to look at it. Okay, so why am I warning you on this? It's a 92-page bill, I've been told. It's an omnibus bill that in many ways will hand control of local zoning to politicians in Hartford and strip many cities and towns of the ability to run in accordance with the wishes of their residents. This is squarely aimed at Fairfield County. Kind of, sort of, in some of the elite suburbs outside New Haven, mainly to the east. Guilford, Branford, Madison, North Branford, North Madison, Essex. But it is squarely aimed primarily at lower Fairfield County. Wilton, Westport, New Canaan, Fairfield, even parts of the valley. So that's where the primary focus is. The secondary focus is kind of, sort of, suburban Hartford, West Hartford, Simsbury, West Simsbury, Farmington, Avon, those areas. The I guess you would say the exclusive areas there. And listen, a lot of affluent areas want to control their zoning. They want to maintain a good amount of price, and they don't want large congregate-type housing built in those areas. So that's why local zoning has been very tight for years. But make no mistake, the Democratic majority in Hartford is going after lower Fairfield County. They are. They're going after the eastern suburbs of New Haven. They're going after the affluent suburbs of Hartford. Okay, so you may be asking, what's in this bill? I've got those bullet points coming up here. But again, and let's lead off with our question today. This is House Bill 5002. It will give unelected bureaucrats and elected Democrats in Hartford, and if you don't believe me, go research the bill. It's very easy to find. It's a multi-page PDF that is written in legalese. But fortunately, we have some folks in the state who've gone through this already line by line in the past few hours, and they have broken this down. So we'll do that coming up. We lead off of that today. But here's a question. I already have people chiming in on this. And it's a simple question. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC, talk or text. Now, we have anti-discrimination laws already well ensconced, well-intentioned, and properly in place in this state. This does not have anything to do with discrimination laws. That's not what this housing bill is. But the question is, And it may come to a head with a vote maybe before we're done today. Should the state have more power to overrule local planning and zoning commissions on affordable housing issues and housing issues in general? What do you think? You tell me. Do you trust the majority leaders in Hartford? Or do they just want to force your state, again, and force your area in the state, again, Lower Fairfield County, to comply? Or do you think this is long overdue? I'll tell you some of what this bill may do coming up at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
You listen to Melissa in the Morning, live from the Voice of Connecticut studios. But now, she's coming to your town.
Order up.
It's the WICC Brown Roofing Melissa in the Morning Diner Tour. Every Thursday morning, join Melissa Sheketoff as she broadcasts live from diners across Fairfield County. She'll interview local leaders, selectmen, and everyone that makes your town great. Get a full schedule at voiceofct.com and join us. Presented by Maritime Chevrolet, AARP Connecticut, and Connecticut Education Association.
How low can you go? No, it's not a limbo contest. We're asking about how low can the radon level in your home go? With Apex Radon Solutions as your trusted local radon mitigation expert, the answer is lower than you ever thought possible. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas that could be lurking in your home and cause serious risk to your family's health. The higher the number, the higher the risk. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test from Apex Radon Solutions. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to schedule a free radon test.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Connecticut paid leave, making time for life's most important moments.
To recover from illness or injury.
To give your employees peace of mind.
To welcome home an active duty service member.
To help a loved one get better.
To get help for your mental health.
To welcome a new addition to your family.
To leave an unsafe home.
Learn more about accessing the benefits of Connecticut paid leave. Visit ctpaidleave.org.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a crash at exit 37 in Milford has things backed over the Moses Wheeler Bridge. Southbound onlooking delays start before the Milford connector. In Lower Fairfield County, 95 volume delays in Stamford, Norwalk, and Westport Parkway. Overall is your best bet. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliason and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Edge Krause at WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, rain this evening over to showers after midnight, below in the mid-40s. Cloudy scattered showers tomorrow with a high near 60. Partly sunny on Saturday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Listen on Alexa.
And you'll never miss a moment.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And you and I here on a Thursday heading into the holiday weekend at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Hey, listen, sometimes people want to live in an area that doesn't, for whatever reason, doesn't have a lot of affordable housing. They don't want to live in tightly zoned areas. They want to, sometimes live in cities and towns that have a little bit of a higher income level. Everybody knows that. Let's just admit that. But if state lawmakers think that's not good, should they be able to supersede cities and towns and come in and Bigfoot that? That's a question that has been brewing here in Connecticut over and over and over again. So now there's a bill being debated this afternoon. It may come to a vote today, tomorrow, or into the new week after the holiday weekend. It's a 92-page bill that was finally released, what a surprise, by the majority in Hartford, less than 24 hours before today's vote. It's House Bill 5002. Now, let me read you some of the stuff that's reportedly, and I say reportedly because I have the PDF here, but I haven't been able to make any heads or tails of it here, so I'm going on some people who've already analyzed this. Here's what's in that bill, and you tell me whether or not you like this. And maybe you like this stuff, but you don't like the state telling you have to do it, your city or town, whether it's Fairfield or Southport or Westport or Darien or Greenwich or Lyme or Old Lyme, West Hartford, whatever. The cities and towns, now get this, cities and towns would be and this is the main part of this bill. This is kind of the backdoor way here of controlling development which gives them enough space to wash their hands here. Connecticut cities and towns would be prevented from requiring off-street parking in most new developments, even if the streets are overcrowded. We've talked about that. I've talked about that before. Lisa Wexler on her program, she's talked about that as well. Because a lot of times cities and towns will say, well, we don't want to build this if there's no parking. Where's everybody going to park? Especially if there's no mass transit. So, again, this is HB 5002. It would bar cities and towns, to some extent, from requiring off-street parking in most new developments. So the state could say, no, you cannot require cities and towns to, or cities and towns could not require their planning and zoning commissions to mandate a certain amount, in most cases or in some cases, of off-street parking, even if streets around those areas are overcrowded. The implementation of transit-oriented mandates would be required, requiring dense, multifamily housing in commercial zones generally near transit. So essentially, this would muscle the state into local planning and zoning rules, to where the state in some cases would be able to say, no, you've got to be, we're going to make you build housing there because it's near a transit line, a bus line, a train line. This bill, HB 5002, would subject cities and towns to a mandated affordable fair share housing quotas imposed by unelected bureaucrats. So that's how they would shield themselves here once they pass this bill or knock it down. It means that every municipality in the state would be assigned a mandatory affordable housing target, regardless of infrastructure, land use, or any resident input. So understand what's going on here. Now, listen, you may like this. You can call and tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, or you can text me. Same number, talk or text, 333-9422. But you see what's happening here now. Because a lot of places in Connecticut, people are saying, well, no, we don't want that. We don't want to be overcrowded. We don't want mandatory housing here and there just because somebody says it. And you know what? Seriously. And I don't want to sound like a jerk here, but I will. But why should a city or town be forced to do this stuff if the people don't want it? Also, the bill would force new unfunded mandates and administrative burdens on local governments, while the actual decision-making authority and resources are diverted to some state agencies and regional authorities. So again, I know they talk about the state. They ain't worried about Torrington, with all due respect to our fine folks in Torrington. They're not worried about Meriden. They're not worried about Durham. This is squarely aimed, and maybe you think it should be. This is squarely aimed at Fairfield County. Now, they'll never say it, but it is. So, again, this is what you have to pay attention to. House Bill 5002. 5002. It's being debated on today. The final version of the bill came out sometime yesterday, I'm told. And now they're going to have a debate on it today. That's how things work in Hartford. What the majority does is they get as close to the end of the session as they can. Oh, yeah, here's your copy of the bill. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So cities and towns under this bill would be prevented, and we talked about this, I did a couple of weeks ago with Chris Caruso as well. Cities and towns would be prevented from requiring off-street parking in new developments, even if streets are overcrowded. So that means some developer could get a better chance of building something, say, in Bridgeport. Never mind Lower Fairfield County, but in Bridgeport, and the city and the mayor and the city council could say, hey, wait a minute, there's no parking there. And ostensibly, as Chris and I were chatting about, ostensibly the city or the town anywhere in the area would have greatly reduced power, if any, to say, well, no, we don't want to do that, and this bill would prevent that. It would import mandated affordable fair share housing quotas by unelected bureaucrats. And this has been building for years. One of the main drivers behind this is the wife of the former mayor of Hartford, Luke Bronin, the mayor, Sarah Bronin. I think the name of her group was Desegregate Connecticut. And they went into housing issues because they view this as a racial issue, as many groups do. Before we go to traffic and weather together, Joe in Norwalk today. Hey, Joe, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Great. Thank you for asking. So real quick, I think about this whole thing, and you're right, Lower Fairfield County. Take a look at some of the buildings that have been built in Norwalk on West Avenue. Mm-hmm. If you said to those folks, hey, look, we don't need parking for you guys. You have, let's say, 50 apartments in there. I don't know. Yeah. But now you have 50 apartments, say an average of 1.5 cars per tenant.
However they figure it, yeah.
You're looking at 75 cars now on West Avenue. Yeah. Where are you going to put them?
That's a good question, Joe.
I also have a friend that lives on a street in Norwalk between Taylor and Scribner Avenues. Yep. The town of Norwalk very kindly put nice sidewalks on, but now many times you can only get one car by.
Yeah.
And you're going to make that worse if you build some houses over multifamily houses and other stuff over there. I just don't get it. And the fact that it's not our representatives, our elected representatives doing this, holy cow. So why do I vote? Why do I bother having a town council? Why? You tell me.
Well, again, and Joe, thank you. All very good questions, Joe, rhetorical as they are. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. So, there's always been this kind of firewall, if you will, a buffer between what the big, mighty legislators in Hartford want. And again, like Joe just said, city of Norwalk, towns all across Fairfield County have said, well, no, we want to maintain some of the things that have made property values so high here. And I'm not talking about race. Listen, black or white doesn't matter when you have enough green in the bank. That's the bottom line here. We're way past that. So we'll see what happens here. But again, my question to you, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Should the state have more power to overrule local planning and zoning commissions on affordable housing and other developmental issues in a specific city or town?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a crash at exit 37 in Milford has things backed over the Moses Wheeler Bridge. Southbound onlooking delays start before the Milford connector. In lower Fairfield County, 95 volume delays in Stamford, Norwalk, and Westport Parkway. Overall is your best bet. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliason and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Edge Krause at WICC Traffic.
Rain this evening, then showers after midnight, below the mid-40s. Cloudy tomorrow. There will be scattered showers and milder with a high near 60. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
With uncertainty in the air, it's easy to feel overwhelmed about your financial future. Now, more than ever, when it comes to planning for retirement, don't go it alone. Bridgelight Financial Advisors is here for you, creating a personalized strategy to help you secure and navigate the retirement you deserve. Retirement isn't just about having enough. It's about feeling confident, no matter what tomorrow brings. Plan for a stable, confident retirement, no matter what the world throws your way. With Bridgelight Financial Advisors, call or visit them today at bridgelightadvisors.com.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday night, June 6th to see the Yankees host the division rival Boston Red Sox and get ready to receive a great promotional giveaway. It's Yogi Berra U.S. Navy Bobblehead Night, presented by State Farm. The first 18,000 guests will receive a Yogi Berra U.S. Navy bobblehead. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss Yogi Berra U.S. Navy Bobblehead Night, presented by State Farm, when the Yankees face the Red Sox on Friday, June 6th.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The suspect in the fatal shooting of 2 Israeli embassy employees outside the Jewish Capitol Museum in Washington posted a lot of material online. CBS's Nicole Skanga.
Many of these writings expressing solidarity with Palestine, for the Palestinian cause, and some hatred, quite frankly, for the Jewish people.
There are likely multiple fatalities after a small plane crashed into a military neighborhood in San Diego. Mayor Todd Gloria.
An extraordinary effort by our first responders. I can't emphasize that enough. The limitation in terms of the additional damage on the ground is a direct result of their hard work, of their expertise, of their professionalism.
A deadlocked Supreme Court has blocked the creation of the nation's first religious charter school in Oklahoma. CBS's Jan Crawford.
It was pretty clear that Chief Justice John Roberts was really skeptical of some of the arguments that religious schools should get taxpayer money, that would be okay, despite the separation of church and state.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Wallace.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The State House of Representatives last night passed changes to the state's Trust Act, expanding the law that limits contact between local police and federal agencies such as Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, commonly known as ICE. The current law states that police can only contact ICE after a person in the country illegally has been convicted of a Class A or Class B felony. The proposed changes would expand the prohibition to more state officials, but also broaden the crimes that could trigger contact. Republicans have been pushing for the addition of Class C felonies as well, but Stonington Republican State Representative Greg Howard made it clear to WTNH TV News 8 that the goal was not to target illegal immigrants.
We are not and have not at any point in time been about police contacting ICE simply because somebody called to report domestic violence, was involved in a car crash, or even picked up for a misdemeanor or D felony.
The State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection announced yesterday that alcohol will be banned from state parks for most of the summer. The ban began yesterday and extends through August 18th. This ban will include Naugatuck State Forest, as well as areas commonly known as Seymour Reservoirs 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the lands immediately surrounding the reservoirs. DEEP says they have seen an increase in alcohol use in recent years and that this ban is to ensure everyone's safety. The XL Center is officially closed for renovations. Officials say the arena is entering the next stage of upgrades and will be shut down for the summer. The project includes new lower bowl seating and concourse renovations, along with upgrades to the Yukon and Hartford Wolfpack locker rooms. The XL Center is expected to reopen in October. Bradley International Airport is now part of an indoor navigation app meant to assist passengers with certain disabilities. The airport recently announced a partnership with Good Maps, which provides enhanced navigation and mapping for passengers who are blind, deaf, or neurodiverse. It can also be helpful to travelers who don't speak English or first-time flyers. The Connecticut Airport Authority said the partnership helps, quote, ensure everyone who comes through Bradley International Airport has a seamless travel experience. 10 educators were arrested while protesting at Governor Ned Lamont's office in Hartford yesterday. They were taken into custody for civil disobedience after camping outside of the governor's office in the Capitol building in an effort to increase education spending in this year's budget. Following the arrests, Governor Lamont spoke with WFSB Channel 3 and said that he supports more education funding, but can't give the teachers everything they're asking for.
I want the money to go where it makes the biggest difference. That's for the teachers. That's in the classroom. That's apprentice teachers. That's Big Brother, Big Sister. Those are the programs I really care about, and summer programs as well. I'm going to do everything I can to tell the teachers we respect everything they're doing, how important they are.
The protesters said the state must put more into education, with school districts across Connecticut facing funding cuts. In some districts, that could mean layoffs. The second round of medical debt relief has begun in Connecticut, with over 100,000 residents expected to soon have some or all of their medical debt erased. This is due to the state's ongoing partnership with the nonprofit group Undo Medical Debt. The first round was announced by Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz this past December.
We have canceled out $30 million in debt for residents of Connecticut.
This particular form of debt forgiveness has received support from state Republicans, with Trumbull Republican State Representative Dave Rutigliano telling WTNH-TV News 8 that it shines a light on the issue with America's healthcare system.
To forgive somebody's medical debt is certainly a lot more acceptable to someone like me than it would be for student loan debt. It does beg a bigger question of why is it so expensive? Why isn't insurance covering all this stuff? And what is fundamentally wrong with our health system that we can't all afford to use it?
And a Connecticut town is ranked 19th among the 20 best places to live in America, according to U.S. News and World Report. The magazine based its rankings for West Hartford on factors including the job market, cost of living, quality of life, location, and weather. West Hartford is the only community in Connecticut on the list. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported approaching exit 44 in Fairfield has things backed up through no man's land. On 95 North, residual delays from Stratford through Milford from an earlier issue that has been cleared. Southbound, some extra cars getting into the Milford connector stemming from that same earlier problem. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, rain this evening over to showers after midnight, below in the mid-40s. Cloudy, scattered showers tomorrow with a high near 60. Partly sunny on Saturday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And hopefully talking with you and yours today about zoning issues. There's a bill being considered today. It was only released between about a day and a half ago. And you should, I'm telling you, you have to pay attention to this because it has to do with the values of your home and where you live and how many people could be living a short or a long distance away from you. This is HB, which means House Bill in the state of Connecticut parlance here. House Bill 5002, House Bill 5002. It's an omnibus bill. Omnibus means that there's a lot of stuff in it. Legislators love omnibus bills because it's like the pile of your kids' toys. Remember those kids' toys? Wait a minute, this is under here? I was looking for this. It's easy when there's only one or two toys on the carpet, but then you get the pile there. Oh, you mean to tell me I was looking for this for 3 days and it was here? Yeesh. So it's an omnibus bill of basically ways, according to the summaries I've read here, that the state of Connecticut, with the imprimatur first of your legislators, most of them in the Democratic majority in Hartford, they would have to pass the bill. But then what do spineless politicians do? They step aside and say, hey, well, I just look. I'm not setting these rules here. I just voted to move the bill and to pass the bill and to defer to, highly qualified people. So basically, this would strip a lot of control from your local planning, your city, town, zoning commission, and give it to, some unelected bureaucrats in the state. And again, we've been talking about this. I have on my show. We were chatting about it for a good few minutes with Chris Caruso a few weeks ago. Lisa Wexler was talking about this, I know, numerous times on her show. Here's one, and this might be the single biggest aspect in this bill that controls zoning. If this bill is passed and voted on and approved by the House and by the Senate and signed to the governor, or signed by the governor, it would prevent cities and towns from requiring off-street parking in most new developments, even if the streets are overcrowded. Because let's face it, a lot of times, planning and zoning commissions take a look at, okay, it's a nice building, but where's everybody going to park? Now, usually when that happens, a lot of developers will say, well, okay, can I resubmit if I do some underground parking? Is the lot suitable for underground parking? And sometimes they work it out. Or sometimes the Planning and Zoning Commission will say, listen, you gotta be able to park at least 20 or 30 cars. Maybe some people will walk around the corner, but we have to work on this. So a lot of times those things are worked out. But according to what I've read about this bill, hearing people and the other stories on it, part of the issue here is parking. That's one issue raised in a 92-page bill. What else is in there? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And you know what? Seriously, I'm going to sound like a jerk saying this, but hey, you know what? As an Irish nun told me once in my grammar school when I said, sister, I want, this is too hard. She said, dear, life is hard. We can't get everything we want. And I think people have to realize that sometimes not everybody can live where they want to live in the state. I know I can't. And please make no mistake. They talk about the state. This is squarely aimed at Fairfield County. I know they mentioned West Hartford and Avon and Simsbury and Guilford and Madison and Brantford. This is squarely aimed the crosshairs are on Fairfield County. Richard in Milford this afternoon. Hey, Rich, how are you, sir?
Hi, I'm from New Haven County, so I guess I could talk smack about Fairfield County.
Okay, well, I'm a New Haven County guy too, my birth. So go right ahead.
Well, people need a place to live.
Sure.
And I get that. I get the argument, like everybody can't live like I want to live in Beverly Hills, so I can't do it.
I'm sure they have zoning laws out there too. Yeah.
It's crazy. What I have a problem with, and it makes me, just upset, is like the hypocrisy. Like some of the most liberal people, they want windmills until it obstructs their view. They want the homeless housed until it bothers them. They want Planned Parenthood, but they don't want it in their neighborhood. They want free pot, but they want free needles. They want all the crazy. Oh, I almost said a bad word.
No, you didn't, though.
They want all the. I stopped.
You stopped.
You
were good. I was ready to hit the dump button. Yeah, but you were good. Yeah.
But they want all the crazy stuff. So have it in your backyard. You want it. That's it. That's all I got to say.
Okay, Rich, thank you. Appreciate it, sir. And good control there, too. Listen. See, you can tell Rich is not a bad guy. He almost slipped. Sometimes we have jerks that call here that just want to swear for swearing's sake, and I tell them, no, we have a piece of equipment to make sure that never happened. And then you have good, passionate, salt-of-the-earth guys like Rich who are just into it. And sometimes those of us, including myself, I have actually sworn a couple times on the air since I've been here. It never got through, though, because I magically wave my arms to Chris Williams, and he reaches over, he presses a button, and this happens.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's ALL to 321-321.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported approaching exit 44 in Fairfield. Has things backed up through no man's land. On 95 north, residual delays from Stratford through Milford from an earlier issue that has been cleared. Southbound, some extra cars getting into the Milford connector stemming from that same earlier problem. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Rain this evening, then showers after midnight, below in the mid-40s. Cloudy tomorrow. There will be scattered showers and milder with a high near 60. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He'll tell you what's really going on. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
And look, there's no sugarcoating it here, right? especially if you're familiar with how your city or your town work. Planning and zoning commissions have a huge amount of power. They do. I was talking to somebody here in the Connoisseur building a couple of weeks ago who may be getting involved in his municipality. And we were talking about various commissions there, various bodies. And I said, look, the two most in any city or town, right? I don't care whether it's Bridgeport or some little sleepy town in the Litchfield County Hills or whatever, Washington, Connecticut, Columbia, Connecticut, right? The two most powerful bodies in any municipality are generally the Board of Education and the Town Planning and Zoning Commission. Think about it. And some of the bureaucrats in Hartford, some of the Democratic majority in Hartford, they don't like what happens in Fairfield County. They just don't. When some of the planning and zoning commissions in cities and towns, large and small, say, hey, wait a minute, you're not going to force us to build housing that we don't want. Now, you can debate the morals of it. You can debate the efficacy of it. You can debate whether there's some sort of, veiled racism. There's been charges of that. Not so much in Fairfield County, but up around New Haven. I think in Woodbridge or Bethany, there was a big brouhaha a couple of years ago about, the Yale Law School people got involved there, lending, I think, free legal help to some of the people suing here. So that's always, there are always those veiled whispers of racism when a city or town says, no, we don't want to pack any more housing in here. And like our previous caller says, there are a lot of places that we'd all like to live of various colors and natural or national origins. But, look, sometimes in life, you're just SOL. You just are. Doesn't mean you're a bad person. Doesn't mean those people are bad. But if you have a nice neighborhood with 10 or 15 homes, do you want to build 5 or 6 more there, wedging them in? I'm not saying that's a specific case, but do you know what I mean? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. It is House Bill HB. That's how it works. HB, House Bill 5002. You need to pay attention to this. And listen, you may be in favor of this bill. You may think, and if you want to email me on it, Paul at Voice of CT, maybe you don't want to come on the radio because some group may recognize your voice. I get that. But maybe you don't like the way your city or town is conducting itself. Maybe you do have a feeling or a moral conviction that, hey, my city or town, I love living here, but let's face it, they don't want black people in this town, or they don't want Hispanic people in this town, or they don't want Asian American people in this town. I'm not saying that's a specific town's aim here, but you know what I mean. So again, the one thing in this bill that everybody's been talking about that may be kind of like could conceivably be the most powerful weapon per se in this bill is a rule about parking. And the bill imposes new limits, I'm reading here, on cities and towns. Most cities and towns in most situations, and Lisa did a big discussion on this the other day on her show, a city or town would largely be prevented from requiring off-street parking in most, not all, most new developments, even if the streets are deemed to be overcrowded. Now, is that right? So you're basically telling town planning and zoning commissions here, hey, don't give us the parking argument here, which, frankly, a lot of PZCs do. The other argument that's usually given is what? Sewer, right? You hear about the sewers all the time, and you hear that XYZ developer, after a raucous meeting the other night, they will now resubmit the proposal for the for the new Cagoots Arms apartments. I don't know if I'd want to live there, but you know what I mean. A lot of my people live there. Trying to get this development plan through is a nice place to live. Also, they're going to force these transit-oriented mandates, meaning that if a developer wants to build a certain amount of units, affordable units, near a transit line, that will have an easier way of being approved. Again, this is an almost 100-page bill. I can't get into the minutia here. But a lot of people are reading this bill, even though it only came down less than an hour ago. The fair share housing quotas would be mandated by unelected bureaucrats. So I guess they may hand this off to a housing commission. I'm not sure. So under this bill, every one of Connecticut's 169 cities and towns will be assigned a mandatory affordable housing target, regardless, it says here, of infrastructure, land use, or, and here's the big thing, regardless of resident input. So how about that? House Bill 5002. Now, if and when this happens today or maybe tonight, I'll let you know tomorrow morning or next week. I will tell you, if you don't have the time or the effort and don't know where to do it, I will tell you which state rep voted how on this bill. And maybe you would like to call them up or send them a little congratulatory nugget of thanks. Or maybe you will say, well, geez, I ain't voting for that guy or gal anymore. Here's the bottom line. There's only so much housing in the state. I know we have a housing crunch. Yes, we do. I'm not going to deny that. But is the answer, here's what you have to ask yourself, is the answer having the state or some bureaucrats telling local cities and towns, no, you can't deny some sort of a development on A, B, or C, we're now going to step in. Maybe you like it. I don't know. You tell me. Andy in Derby's here. Andy, how are you, sir? What's up?
Well, Rich, I'm going to spare you the George Orwell Animal Farm quotes today because I know there's not a lot of time.
Okay.
But
yes.
I'm wondering, does this have any connection with the push for public transportation and the green energy and all that good stuff?
I don't know whether it's in
you're putting up houses without parking. Do they want people to take these electric buses that have so far been a major bust and have gone up in flames literally and figuratively? Or just wondering if that's part of the master plan. I don't trust these people at all.
Well, you see, Andy, there's a line in here, or not a line, but a notion they want to increase, for example, what they call transit-oriented mandates or developments, meaning they want more power to override local PZCs if that development to be built is in fact near a bus line.
That's the terrifying part, Paul. These people are really getting too large.
Well,
and they're subtle too. You don't know what their agenda is. And they want to promote it more and more and more. And I think people are just blindly walking into it because they kind of, he seems like a nice guy.
Well, exactly. And, Andy, I do have to run, my friend, getting to the top of that. But you're right, Andy, yes. And people don't listen. I don't know how to say this gently, so I'll just say it. A lot of people have no idea what's going on. A lot of people don't. And I'm sure a lot of people, if this thing gets to fruition, they see all these new tightly spaced developments in their city or town, and if a lot of them say, well, geez, how the heck did that happen? Ask them who'd they vote for, because I got news for you. If the other party was the majority in Hartford and not the one this is now, you wouldn't see any of this happening.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported approaching exit 44 in Fairfield. Has things backed up through no man's land. On 95 north, residual delays from Stratford through Milford from an earlier issue that has been cleared. Southbound, some extra cars getting into the Milford connector stemming from that same earlier problem. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, rain this evening over to showers after midnight, below in the mid-40s. Cloudy, scattered showers tomorrow with a high near 60. Partly sunny on Saturday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Rocket.com is the new home for all things home ownership. Whether you're buying your first home, finding your next one, or unlocking home equity to fund one of your dreams, there's only one destination that has everything you need to get started, all under one roof. Get started today at Rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream.
Sono Collision, Fairfield County's best for top quality collision repairs. We deliver unmatched precision and care to restore your vehicle. Trust us for excellence. Visit sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And I've just been told that we're going to be joined right after the news at 5:30, so stay with us or remember to come back if you have something to go to or get done. And you don't want me shouting out of your phone in the middle of it. East Haven Republican State Rep Joe Zullo will be joining us later on today, right after the news at 5:30. Joe is one of the lawmakers who will be debating and possibly voting on this House bill coming up tonight. Joe has really become an expert on this. I've heard him and seen him on other outlets, so I wanted to have him on today. So Joe Zullo will join us to go a little bit further into what is in this House bill. I believe you can download it if you. Here's an idea. If you're concerned about this and you have a lawyer in the family, because when you read these bills, here's what happens, and I do this sometimes too. Oh, I can read this. I'm going to read it nice and slowly and see if I get it. Okay. And by the third paragraph, my eyes are fully glazed over. Fully, I mean glazed. So Joe Zullo will break it down for us.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Michael Wallace, President Trump is turning up the heat on Harvard, barring the university from enrolling international students.
Harvard University said in a statement the government's action is unlawful, calling it retaliatory and saying it threatens serious harm to the Harvard community. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says she's ordering her department to terminate Harvard's student and exchange visitor program, which would mean it could no longer enroll foreign students, and existing foreign students must transfer or lose their legal status. The university says its students and scholars are from more than 140 countries. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
At least 2 people were killed and 8 injured when a small plane crashed into the nation's largest military housing neighborhood in San Diego. Assistant Fire Chief Dan Eddy.
Crews did a great job working with San Diego PD to start evacuating the neighborhood and with the military to ensure that we are doing the right things to work with the military on that.
No one on the ground was killed. Police say the 2 Israeli embassy staffers who were killed outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington were targeted. CBS's Anna Schechter says the shooter eluded security in the area.
He was carrying his weapon and was walking down the sidewalk and just walked right up to the museum and was pacing around in front of it. But there was nobody that was alerted to it. So it was like a brazen act that he was able to carry out.
The suspect yelled "Free Palestine" as he was taken into custody. The Atlantic hurricane season begins a week from Sunday. Ken Graham is the director of the National Weather Service.
We're predicting an above-average season once again, 2025.
But will FEMA be ready?
I'm Dave Malkoff in Tylertown, Mississippi. It's been 68 days since the last time we were here after a deadly tornado. All the survivors I've been talking to seem to have the same basic story. They applied for federal disaster assistance shortly after the tornado, and that's the last time they've had any contact with FEMA.
The Trump administration is challenging a policy meant to protect child migrants.
The administration has filed a motion to end protections granted through what is known as the Flores settlement, which limits to 72 hours the amount of time child migrants can be held in the custody of U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. The settlement, which has been in place since the 1990s, is named for a Salvadoran girl named Jenny Flores, who alleged widespread mistreatment of migrant children. In addition to limiting the amount of time children can be held, the Flores settlement requires that children are granted safety, adequate food and water, and sanitary conditions. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
With an hour to go in the trading session, stocks are higher. Dow's up 188 points. The Nasdaq is up 169. This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
What? All the budget has to be used now? And we can use all the media buy?
Javier's marketing firm just got its dream funding.
Okay, ideas. Bobbleheads. No. T-shirt cannon. I seriously need some help here.
He needs to find marketing managers who are worth every dollar.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsoring a job on Indeed gives it a visibility boost so you can hire faster. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The second round of medical debt relief has begun in Connecticut, with over 100,000 residents expected to soon have some or all of their medical debt erased. This is due to the state's ongoing partnership with the nonprofit group Undo Medical Debt. The first round was announced by Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz this past December.
We have canceled out $30 million in debt for residents of Connecticut.
This particular form of debt forgiveness has received support from state Republicans, with Trumbull Republican State Representative Dave Rutigliano telling WTNH-TV News 8 that it shines a light on the issue with America's healthcare system.
To forgive somebody's medical debt is certainly a lot more acceptable to someone like me than it would be for student loan debt. It does beg a bigger question of why is it so expensive? Why isn't insurance covering all this stuff? And what is fundamentally wrong with our health system that we can't all afford to use it?
The State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection announced yesterday that alcohol will be banned from state parks for most of the summer. The ban began yesterday and extends through August 18th. This ban will include Naugatuck State Forest, as well as areas commonly known as Seymour Reservoirs 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the lands immediately surrounding the reservoirs. DEEP says they have seen an increase in alcohol use in recent years, and that this ban is to ensure everyone's safety. A Danbury man is the winner of a $2 million scratch ticket. The Connecticut Lottery said the ticket was purchased at J&R White Street Citgo in Danbury. The winner said he wants to buy a house and do some traveling. And a Connecticut town has been ranked 19th among the 20 best places to live in America, according to U.S. News and World Report. The magazine based its rankings for West Hartford on factors including the job market, cost of living, quality of life, location, and weather. West Hartford is the only community in Connecticut on the list. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway really isn't much help right now. We do have reports of ponding along the way as well. On 95 out of New Haven, busy but moving through Long Wharf and West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, just extra cars making their way through Danbury and Newtown. And on Route 34 westbound, we do have an accident reported approaching Grassy Hill Road. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Rain this evening, then showers after midnight, below the mid-40s. Cloudy tomorrow. There will be scattered showers and milder with a high near 60. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, up and underway, hour number 2, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Got a text message here regarding our prime topic of the day today and giving you some real time coverage here. Apparently there's a bill being debated. The debate, I'm told, could go late into the night. It's trying to be slowed down by, I think, a handful of Democrats, I've been told, and most, if not all, Republicans. This is House Bill 5002, and what the bill would do is significantly weaken the power of, no matter where you live, of your town or city's planning and zoning commission, the PZC, which again, I guess next to the Board of Education, the zoning board, though, or some cities or towns call it the ZBA, the Zoning Board of Appeals. Pretty powerful, because think about it. The people, the men and the women that sit on zoning boards, they have the power to say yes or no, or to create or stop or push ahead tens, sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars of development, or to stop that. So what's happening here is this is a big day for the folks who want to, what politicians call Bigfoot something. So in a sense, what this bill would do, House Bill 5002, HB 5002, if you want to look it up, and is being opposed by a number of the conservative groups here in Connecticut, along with CT 169 Strong. I believe Alexis Harrison has been on this program and all over the radio station here on WICC. She was on earlier today with Maria Weingarten. It's a 92-page bill. It was dropped less than 24 hours before the vote today. It would prevent cities and towns from requiring off-street parking in most new developments, even if the streets are overcrowded, says here. Now, obviously, I'm just giving you a bullet point here. There's probably some twists and turns and nooks and crannies in there, but that's one major point. Cities and towns would be under increased pressure to implement what are called transit-oriented developments. In other words, the state may come in and say, well, that is within so many feet or a half mile or a quarter mile, whatever, of the Metro North station or of a bus station, then you should allow that there. And again, these are just broad bullet points here. Cities or towns would be mandated into affordable fair share housing quotas imposed by unelected officials. So that means, and I've heard this bandied about before, that would mean that all 169 cities and towns here in the state, so the biggest city being our beloved Bridgeport, down to the tiniest town, which is, I don't know, Sherman or Washington Depot or whatever, will be assigned a mandatory affordable housing target regardless of land use rules in the towns, infrastructure available, and or resident input. Now, that's the scary one. They're trying to Bigfoot and squash a resident's input here. And it would force some new unfunded mandates and administrative burdens on local government, while the actual decision-making authority and resources are diverted to state agencies and regional authorities. I tell you something. The Democratic majority in this state, they love doing this to cities and towns. If you don't agree with us, F you. That's what they say. Look at that other bill I told you about the other day. Did you hear about that one? Oh, you didn't? The one that's been pushed by Bob Duff of Norwalk, Democratic Senate leader? That would go a long way towards stripping your local Board of Education of the final authority in firing a bad teacher? Oh, yeah. You didn't hear about that one, did you? Yeah. This bill is so bad that even Charlene Russell Tucker, the state education commissioner running the Connecticut Department of Education under a Democratic governor, submitted written testimony. She doesn't like it. So what that bill would do, I guess when they're not busy weakening your zoning commission, they're weakening your Board of Education, saying, well, we're going to bring in an arbitrator. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. You don't think the arbitrator is going to be a friend of the teachers union? Come on, please. How often have we seen this? So the zoning issue, what are your feelings here? Do you like this? Do you think the zoning people in your cities and in your city or towns a little, how can I be delicate when I say this? Are the people on your planning and zoning board, are they a little tight-arsed? Yes. It's quite tight-arsed. You know what I mean. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. Or do you think this is like, hey, Hartford, what are you doing here? We're fine. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC as we roll along on a Thursday on Connecticut Today as we continue straight ahead.
Summer can't come soon enough, and we're ready to celebrate at one of the biggest Memorial Day parades in Connecticut. Join WICC at the annual Derby Shelton Memorial Day Parade this Monday, May 26th. The parade steps off in Shelton starting at 9 a.m. and finishes in Derby. Bring your entire family to the Derby Shelton Memorial Day Parade this Monday. Kick off summer with WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
This is the Duchess Restaurant Concert Guide. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Saturday, May 24th, it's Megan Maroney at the Mohegan Sun Arena. It starts at 8 p.m. Thursday, May 29th, it's Blues Traveler at the Capitol Theater. On Saturday, June 7th, it's Debbie Gibson at Foxwoods Resort Casino in the Grand Cedar Showroom. Sunday, June 8th, it's Halsey at Mohegan Sun Arena. Show starts at 7. Monday, June 9th, it's Amy Mann at the Ridgefield Playhouse. And on Sunday, June 15th, Suzanne Vega also at the Ridgefield Playhouse. Tuesday, June 17th, check out Sean Colvin at the Kate in Old Saybrook. Wednesday, June 18th, you got BB Mack at Fairfield Theater Company. And Saturday, June 21st, it's James Blunt at Foxwoods Resort Casino.
The Duchess Restaurant Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of our 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, host of Melissa in the Morning here on the Voice of Connecticut. If you're serious about building opportunity in Connecticut, add the Innovation Made Leadership event to your calendar, happening May 28th at the Yale School of Management in New Haven and within the Yale Innovation Summit. Gain full day access to leaders, high impact networking, and innovation that is shaping our future. Get your ticket at connecticut-made.com to join us and be part of what gets made on May 28th.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012 when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Life can easily be derailed. Loss of jobs, health, abuse, and addiction can lead to homelessness. The Bridgeport Rescue Mission is there to help. Because of your generous donations, the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is able to offer free food, shelter, clothing, and addiction recovery. This month is May Matching. Due to generous donors, every dollar up to $150,000 will be doubled. Please help save a life today by donating to BridgeportRescueMission.org. That's BridgeportRescueMission.org.
Don't store your clothes dirty. Before you put away your winter wear, bring your sweaters, coats, drapes, and comforters to Executive Cleaners. You'll avoid moth damage and your clothes and bedding will be clean and neat. Visit Executive Cleaners in Milford, Hamden, or New Haven for impeccable care and expert cleaning. Protect and clean your sweaters, coats, drapes, and comforters and get executive treatment without executive prices. Go to executivecleaner.com for specials.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The parkway really isn't much help right now. We do have reports of ponding along the way as well. On 95 out of New Haven, busy but moving through Long Wharf and West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, just extra cars making their way through Danbury and Newtown. And on Route 34 westbound, we do have an accident reported approaching Grassy Hill Road. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, rain this evening over to showers after midnight, below in the mid-40s. Cloudy, scattered showers tomorrow with a high near 60. Partly sunny on Saturday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Phone lines are always open to say what you want and need to say. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Talking about a bill being deliberated in Hartford today, maybe voted on today, tomorrow, maybe next week sometime, that would have a big change or would mandate a big change on local zoning boards of appeals and planning and zoning commissions in the state. Let's hop over to Milford. Joe in Milford. Joe, good afternoon. What's up? How are you?
Hi. So I first had a question and a point I wanted to make. My first question is if there's no parking allotted to the units, how can they then have someone who's handicapped be able to use the unit? Like, wouldn't that person have to be allotted a handicapped spot? Like, wouldn't it be discriminatory to not allot that?
Yeah, you know, Joe, that's a great question. Like I said, the bill is almost 100 pages. I haven't taken the time to read the minutia there. That's a good question. Now, I'm sure, Joe, if they want this thing to pass, there's got to be some sort of a subsection of that bill addressing exactly what you said. So I will definitely look for it. I promise.
I was just thinking, and then the other question I had is, and I know that there was a development in Fairfield that got shut down because the impact on the sewer system wasn't taken into consideration.
Yeah.
If the state approves something in my backyard that then breaks the sewage system, does the town then have an ability to then sue the state because they approved it?
I don't know, Joe. I don't because this bill apparently was only dropped within the drop meaning given to legislators within the past days, within the past day, 24 hours.
I'm with you. It's just one of those things where like it sounds like the bill is putting a lot of the onus on the state to approve these things.
Yeah.
But if any fallout that comes from it, I don't know this for sure, obviously, because I haven't read it word for word like you said, but I'm pretty sure the state's going to look at each individual town and go, oh, no, I mean, we approved it, but we didn't know who was going to break that. We're not responsible for that.
Well, you know what, Joe? I have a legislator coming on after the news at 5:30 who's debating this as we speak. So I will ask him both of your questions and see if he has an answer for us, okay?
I would appreciate that very much. Thank you so
All
much.
right, thank you, Joe. Appreciate it there, Joe in Milford. Yeah, that's it. Now, I would assume, now this is, please, dear God, don't mistake me for anything near a lawyer. I would think, though, that the Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA, which does control, of course, wheelchair access, parking, and things like this, to our caller's question, you would think there's something in the bill that would, again, it's 100-plus pages long, or about 100 pages long, so you don't know whether there's a subsection there that would say, however, if the said tenant may be covered under the Americans with Disabilities Act, developer must set aside X amount of handicap spaces. I don't know. You would think that's in there. And again, the other question our caller had, the ability, if there are effects, for example, to somebody who's already living in that neighborhood, to where it's now that development has tangible effects on their sewage system or their toilet system or the flow of water into or out of their unit that was there years earlier. So this is why this, you know what? This is why, if you look, usually this listing comes out once a year. There is a listing, and you can find, I mean, you can Google it. It's up there, but I mean, it's never taken down under state law, but the new list is issued every year. You can find, simply by Googling it or going to a search engine, a listing of what every single state of Connecticut employee makes. Yes, I've looked up people that I know. Of course I have. And you would too. And friends and relatives. Geez, she's only making that after whatever. The point being that you will see that some of the highest paid people at the General Assembly are not the lawmakers. The lawmakers only make about $48,000 a year, even with their stipends for driving, for schlepping back and forth to Hartford. So, and that's why I said you got to pay these people better if you want a quality person. But some of the highest paid people there are the lawyers that actually write these bills. You have to understand, a lawmaker, state rep so-and-so, the Republican from ha-ha, or state senator so-and-so, the Democrat from hoo-hoo, they don't actually write these bills. They have staff attorneys, most of whom make well into six figures. That was my point of looking on this list and saying, oh, well, legislative lawyer, $300,000, you know, whatever, $280,000 a year. Well, and the point being that, to what our previous caller said, they have very high-powered attorneys and people who know how to actually write laws. Download a law, just any law, the PDF, and look at it. It's written by high-powered attorneys. That's why your eyes glaze over. Paul in Bethel is here before news and traffic and weather together. Hi, Paul. How are you?
Good. Just a quick comment. I live in Bethel. In the town of Bethel, you're not allowed to park on the road during the winter months.
Okay.
So if they build a building with no parking spaces, there's no place to park in the winter.
So that's a kind of issue, Paul, I would hope is addressed somewhere in the text of the bill. I would hope.
Yeah, my guess, the way these things go in the 830G is that they'll say the local laws don't apply. You can park on the road, which would be crazy, but I wouldn't doubt it.
But you wouldn't be surprised. Paul, thank you. Appreciate it. Always good to hear from Paul and Bethel. Yeah, that's another thing. So you've got this and the 830G, so I don't know. Listen, there is a problem with housing in the state. It's very expensive, and there ain't enough of it, or at least enough of it that people can afford. So is this the answer? I don't know. You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So again, we will chat with, we're scheduled to chat unless there's a vote called or there's an amendment offered and he has to vote. Republican State Rep Joe Zullo of East Haven, who has been forefront on pushing back against this stuff. We'll talk to Joe coming up. A lot more here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway really isn't much help right now. We do have reports of ponding along the way as well. On 95 out of New Haven, busy but moving through Long Wharf and West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, just extra cars making their way through Danbury and Newtown. And on Route 34 westbound, we do have an accident reported approaching Grassy Hill Road. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Rain this evening, then showers after midnight, below the mid-40s. Cloudy tomorrow. There will be scattered showers and milder with a high near 60. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Need the perfect flowers for any occasion? Trust Cityline Florist, Trumbull's local florist for 107 years and 4 generations. From birthdays to anniversaries, celebrations to just because, Cityline Florist delivers stunning, high-quality flowers, same day, anywhere in the country. Stop by their beautiful gift shop and greenhouse at 2978 Nichols Ave in Trumbull, or order online at citylineflorist.com. Cityline Florist, making life's moments bloom since 1918.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. If you need anything relating to the trees on your property, then look no further than my friends at K&J Tree Service. For a limited time, they are offering 0% financing options off of all of their services. There are no hidden fees, and they have flexible payment plans as well to make your dream yard a reality. So what are you waiting for? Go to kjtreeservice.com. You can book your free assessment today. That's kjtreeservice.com, or you could text them for that free assessment, 203-248-TREE.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. 15 homes caught fire when a small plane crashed into a military housing neighborhood in San Diego. Police Lieutenant Travis East
confirmed 2 dead and 8 injured at this time. We've lost 2 souls.
President Trump has spoken with Prime Minister Netanyahu about the fatal shooting of 2 Israeli embassy employees in Washington. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
I spoke to the Attorney General this morning. The Department of Justice will be prosecuting the perpetrator responsible for this to the fullest extent of the law.
By a 1-vote margin, the House passed President Trump's domestic policy bill, which would deny Medicaid coverage to health centers that provide abortions. Katie Rodahan is with Planned Parenthood.
There is no reason to include this provision in this budget bill, except for the fact that anti-abortion politicians want to throw Planned Parenthood patients under the bus.
And there's late word the Trump administration is banning Harvard from enrolling foreign students. Thousands of foreign students would have to transfer away from Harvard. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Wallace.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A late season nor'easter is bringing heavy rain and gusty winds into Connecticut today. As much as 2 inches of rainfall is forecast, with isolated higher amounts possible. Winds will gust to 40 miles per hour at times, especially near the coast. It's unseasonably chilly, too, with temperatures mostly staying in the 40s. The second round of medical debt relief has begun in Connecticut, with over 100,000 residents expected to soon have some or all of their medical debt erased. This is due to the state's ongoing partnership with the nonprofit group Undo Medical Debt. The first round was announced by Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz this past December.
We have canceled out $30 million in debt for residents of Connecticut.
This particular form of debt forgiveness has received support from state Republicans, with Trumbull Republican State Representative Dave Rutigliano telling WTNH-TV News 8 that it shines a light on the issue with America's healthcare system.
To forgive somebody's medical debt is certainly a lot more acceptable to someone like me than it would be for student loan debt. It does beg a bigger question of why is it so expensive? Why isn't insurance covering all this stuff? And what is fundamentally wrong with our health system that we can't all afford to use it?
Bradley International Airport is now part of an indoor navigation app meant to assist passengers with certain disabilities. The airport recently announced a partnership with Good Maps, which provides enhanced navigation and mapping for passengers who are blind, deaf, or neurodiverse. It can also be helpful to travelers who don't speak English or first-time flyers. The Connecticut Airport Authority said the partnership helps ensure, quote, everyone who comes through Bradley International Airport has a seamless travel experience. The XL Center is officially closed for renovations. Officials say the arena is entering the next stage of upgrades and will be shut down for the summer. The project includes new lower bowl seating and concourse renovations, along with upgrades to the Yukon and Hartford Wolfpack locker rooms. The XL Center is expected to reopen in October. The Connecticut State House of Representatives last night passed changes to the state's Trust Act, expanding the law that limits contact between local police and federal agencies such as Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, commonly known as ICE. The current law states that police can only contact ICE after a person in the country illegally has been convicted of a Class A or Class B felony. The proposed changes would expand the prohibition to more state officials, but also broaden the crimes that could trigger contact. Republicans have been pushing for the addition of Class C felonies as well, but Stonington Republican State Representative Greg Howard made it clear to WTNH-TV News 8 that the goal was not to target illegal immigrants.
We are not and have not at any point in time been about police contacting ICE simply because somebody called to report domestic violence, was involved in a car crash, or even picked up for a misdemeanor or D felony.
10 educators were arrested while protesting at Governor Ned Lamont's office in Hartford yesterday. They were taken into custody for civil disobedience after camping outside of the governor's office in the Capitol building in an effort to increase education spending in this year's budget. Following the arrests, Governor Lamont spoke with WFSB Channel 3 and said that he supports more education funding, but can't give the teachers everything they're asking for.
I want the money to go where it makes the biggest difference. That's for the teachers. That's in the classroom. That's apprentice teachers. That's Big Brother, Big Sister. Those are the programs I really care about, and summer programs as well. I'm going to do everything I can to tell the teachers we respect everything they're doing, how important they are.
The protesters said the state must put more into education, with school districts across Connecticut facing funding cuts in some districts that could mean layoffs. And starting today, you'll be seeing more people out on the roadways. AAA projected more than 45 million people will be traveling 50 miles or more from home for the Memorial Day weekend holiday, setting a new record. That projection accounts for people nationwide today through Monday. The highest percentage of people getting away will be driving. Connecticut State Police are reminding drivers that troopers will be out in full force throughout the holiday weekend. There will not be specific checkpoints set up across the state, but state police are reminding folks to never drink and drive or get distracted behind the wheel. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
New Haven, 95 southbound accident reported at the 91 merge. Has things backing up onto the Q Bridge. Lower Fairfield County, 95 northbound, an hour and a half from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The lower parkway will save you a little bit of time, but it isn't great. 84 eastbound jamming through Danbury into the Super 7. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, rain this evening over to showers after midnight, below in the mid-40s. Cloudy, scattered showers tomorrow with a high near 60. Partly sunny on Saturday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, time for our daily check as to what's going on in D.C. Happy to welcome in CBS News Pentagon reporter Eleanor Watson about this continued controversy over this Qatari jet. Eleanor, good afternoon. How are you? Thanks for joining us.
Doing well. How are you?
Very, very good, Eleanor. So how, does somebody sign for this? And I know the White House and the Pentagon have been kind of, tiptoeing around whether this is a gift, whether it's actually for the president, whether it's for his library. So what's the latest on this?
Yeah, the Pentagon yesterday in a statement said that the defense secretary has accepted a jet from Qatar to serve as Air Force One to transport the president. We have, in the statement from the Pentagon, it says that they have complied with all federal rules and regulations. So they're suggesting that there is no violation of a conflict of interest here. Mm-hmm. But remember, lawmakers on both sides were saying even if that's true, it still gives the at least appearance of a conflict of interest because of the business deals that the Trump family does have in the Middle East. As far as whether it's a gift or not, President Trump, what we know is that President Trump has said that he will use it for the remainder of his term and then give it to his library. Unclear if that is actually how things unfold and the legal restrictions around that. And finally, Eleanor, you very well outlined the first part of that, but then I keep hearing, and you're obviously hearing this too, the security part of this. And I heard some people saying, well, wait a minute, crews are going to have to go through this thing with a fine-tooth comb, rivet by rivet, to make sure there's nothing amiss here. That's right. So there are two parts to this. The security concerns, because the jet is coming from another country, got to make sure that they haven't outfitted the jet with anything that could compromise national security. And then the second part is the modifications that are required of an Air Force One. If you go to the White House's website, Air Force One is described as needing to be able to refuel in the air, something that civilian jets don't do. Mm-hmm. That would need to be an upgrade. It needs to have a medical suite that can turn into an operating room if something goes wrong with the president's health, and it needs protection against things like an electromagnetic pulse, which could be caused in case of a nuclear attack. So several modifications that could take potentially a bit of time to make before using this jet. Eleanor Watson, CBS News Pentagon reporter. Eleanor, thank you. Appreciate it. Have a happy weekend. Thanks. Thank you. You too. Appreciate it. Eleanor Watson. Yeah, I just, every day there's something with Mr. Trump. I mean, okay, he's about a half year into his term. So how long is it going to take to modify this thing? I don't know. But good for Eleanor Watson there. Just another thing for the Pentagon people, for the White House people, for the congressional people to cover. That's always good. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We've had a couple of calls regarding the parking situation
as to how it's spelled out in this HB 5002 bill. And in our pal Lenny Grimaldi's blog, only at Bridgeport.com, by the way, Lenny is going to be off with us for a few weeks, taking a little time off. He'll be back in a bit. I guess the Bridgeport City Council members were in Hartford a couple of days ago pushing back on that bill before the General Assembly because the bill would, quote, now to our last few callers who called in with concerns about parking and all this, it would prohibit, now here's the quote, the bill would, quote, prohibit the imposition of mandatory minimum parking requirements for any development in a municipality. About that. Now, again, it's a 100-plus page bill, or around 100, I should say 90-plus pages. So, there's probably subsection A, subsection B, subsection C. But again, the bill would, quote, prohibit the imposition of mandatory minimum parking requirements for any development in a municipality. A majority of the Bridgeport City Council recently signed a letter to legislative leaders framing the community hazards and deterioration the legislation would cause to infrastructure and public health. Back in 2021, the General Assembly limited during COVID off-street parking spaces that municipalities require on any development. One space for studio and one-bedroom units and 2 spaces for 2+ bedroom units. Legislators okayed a municipality opt-out with a 2/3 vote of a local zoning commission. Bridgeport Zoning Commission opted out of that. So there's one of your key lines. Anyway, the bill would, quote, again, here's the direct quote, would, quote, prohibit the imposition of mandatory minimum parking requirements for any development in a municipality. Now, does the bill allow an appeal process of that? Who knows? But the basic question here that I've asked today at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, yes or no, should the state of Connecticut have more power to overrule local planning and zoning commissions on affordable housing issues? We'll give you a little bit of what our folks are saying on that coming up.
Looking for a reliable dentist in your neighborhood? Columbia Dental's Norwalk office is here for you. Located at 91 East Avenue, our team of general dentists and an oral surgeon are ready to serve you. As part of the Columbia Implant Center network in Manchester, we offer 7-day-a-week services, including an in-house digital dental lab for same-day emergency care. Visit our website at columbiadental.com for more information and to book your appointment today. Your smile is our priority.
Experience the range-topping dual-motor all-wheel drive sophistication of the Cadillac Lyriq at Cadillac of Greenwich. The Lyriq is the first American car to win the German Car of the Year and offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Lyriq.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's all to 321-321.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
New Haven, 95 southbound accident reported at the 91 merge. Has things backing up onto the Q Bridge. Lower Fairfield County, 95 northbound, an hour and a half from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The lower parkway will save you a little bit of time, but it isn't great. 84 eastbound jamming through Danbury into the Super 7. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Rain this evening, then showers after midnight, below the mid-40s. Cloudy tomorrow. There will be scattered showers and milder with a high near 60. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Our phone lines are always open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
I'm keeping an eye out and an ear to the ground for anything that may be happening with this bill dubbed HB 5002. And listen, I don't care where you live. Whether it's the state's biggest municipality, the city of Bridgeport, or maybe it's one of the smallest, some little cozy little hamlet up in Litchfield County or up in New London County, whatever. Here's the bottom line. This bill, if it is adopted, passed by the State House and by the State Senate, and eventually signed into law by Governor Ned Lamont, His Excellency Governor Ned Lamont, this might strategically and severely cut back on the powers of your local, either your zoning board of appeals or the planning and zoning commission. And you may say, well, what's wrong with that? Well, what's wrong with that is, and I'll ask you the question here. Are you okay with Hartford, in a sense, bigfooting, to use the term here, the colloquialism? If we veer into Sasquatch territory, do you want Hartford telling your local planning and zoning commission, hey, no, you can't have, for example, you cannot have, as we've been discussing, parking requirements for new buildings because this is how you dastardly folks and the planning and zoning commission kept this wonderful developer who's just trying to help mankind, kept him out of your city or town. Okay, so I put the question up here. We're going to check some of the responses here momentarily. 203-333-9422. Should the state of Connecticut have more power to overrule local planning and zoning commissions on affordable housing issues? Should they go ahead? Should they have that power? Is it to the point now where some people say there are just too many cities or towns, a.k.a. Fairfield County, who wield an unreasonable no on everything, like, citing sewer and parking and all that, for all of this? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Chris has been perusing some of the answers to our question here. Should the state of Connecticut have more power to overrule local planning and zoning commissions on affordable housing issues? Mr. Williams, what do the fine people say today?
Paul, we start with another Paul who says, yes, shake it up. Disrupt the status quo. Anything that counterbalances the local P and Z should be considered.
Okay.
On the other side of the aisle is Sue, who says no, this is all in caps, by the way, no, and no.
Okay.
Everything, back to lowercase, they passed and continue to promote is only for the benefit of developers.
All right, one more.
Vincent says absolutely not. The Democrats, in their pursuit of votes, are turning this state into a socialist state.
Ooh.
They want to control from cradle to grave. Local control belongs with the local government.
All right, there you go. So that question will stay up there. The questions don't go away. Whenever I put them up there, they stay there ad infinitum. So if you'd like to chime in on this, should the state of Connecticut have more power to overrule your local planning and zoning commission on affordable housing issues? So these questions do not self-destruct like the tapes did on Mission Impossible. Good luck, Jim. This tape will self-destruct in 5 seconds. I thought that was so cool as a kid watching that. Gotta love that. And then there came the smoke. And there's Leonard Nimoy and Barbara Bain and Peter Lucas and Peter Graves. See that? See that? You think I watched some TV? Joe in Fairfield is with us this afternoon. Joe,
Hey,
how are
Paul.
you? What's going
Hi.
on?
Good. How are you? Good. I think these legislatures should have less and less power. Look what they've done to this state already. The way they handcuffed our police, all these rules that they're making, all these changes is ruining the state, and that's why people are bailing out of Connecticut.
So you don't think that the General Assembly or lawmakers or bureaucrats in Hartford should have the ability to say to a city or town, "Hey, you're not dealing on the level here. You're not dealing fairly with this developer or those people who want to move in there"?
No, I think the cities and towns are capable of doing their own, keep it local, as they say.
Mhm.
Everybody lives in their own town. They know what's what. And I believe there's already laws in place, federal law for affordable housing anyway. So why get the state involved?
And discrimination as well. Joe, thank you. Appreciate the call there. Joe in Fairfield. John weighs in from Stratford. John, how are you, sir? What's up?
Hello, Paul, you there?
Yes, I'm here, John. You're on, buddy. What's up?
Okay, so I just got out of work, so I don't know if this was brought up, but are we considering maybe bus routes, bigger schools, bigger police departments, bigger fire, maybe volunteer fire departments might have to go to, pay now because of what's bringing more people into the area?
John, I will ask a legislator that when he's on later. That is a great question, John. I wonder if somewhere in the law they are considering that, because if you're going to have more people in there, I think everything you brought up is fair.
Very good. Thank you.
Hi, John. I'll ask Joe Zullo if he can make it to the phone after 5:30. So there you go, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Jose in Shelton's here. Jose, how are you? What's up?
Hey, what's going on, man? Rainy day here in Shelton. This one, I'm going to agree with you. We don't agree on much,
All
but
right.
you should have local control because that's what makes Connecticut beautiful.
That's right.
You go with the different, because I've been probably to about 160 towns.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've been all over the state, and it's, you appreciate the different layout, different landscape.
Now, Joe, Jose,
buildings, I like to go
I
to
know.
Easton and look at the farms. I like to go to Shelton to look at the farms and the beautiful office parks and stuff like that. So it's local control because Hartford has no idea.
Wow.
What Shelton needs. They have no idea.
Now, were you were Board of Ed, not Planning and Zoning, right?
I was Board of Ed, yeah.
Okay. Well, Jose, I got to tell you, I think the two biggest committees in any city or town for Ajita have to be the Board of Ed and Planning and Zoning, right?
Yeah, that's the two most important commissions, yes.
So did you have any friends on the Planning and Zoning Commission in Shelton?
Yes, I do. And, in Shelton, they approve everything.
Well, not everything.
Shelton is the most, let me give you some history about Shelton.
All
Shelton
right.
is the most friendly developer city probably in the country.
Yeah.
If you got a project, come to Shelton. We welcome you.
Look at you. Wait a minute. Are you still on the payroll there? Is Mayor Loretti still writing you a check? Well, what's going on there?
Nah, but, you got to give credit where credit's due. He does a great job.
All right. Jose,
you got, you've been to Shelton, right?
Oh, yeah, several times.
Yeah,
Sure.
Beautiful farms, beautiful scenery, corporate, residential.
Yeah.
Shelton is like 5 cities in one.
Look at you, Jose. Thanks for the call. I think Mayor Loretti, Jose. I think Mayor Loretti has to, designate you as the official ambassador for the city of Shelton. I drive through every so often. I used to be in Shelton a lot years ago when I was covering more high school sports. I remember covering a number of Shelton High football games, the Gales, and even some basketball as well. Traffic and weather together right here, right now, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
New Haven, 95 southbound accident reported at the 91 merge. Has things backing up onto the Q Bridge. Lower Fairfield County, 95 northbound, an hour and a half from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The lower parkway will save you a little bit of time, but it isn't great. 84 eastbound jamming through Danbury into the Super 7. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, rain this evening over to showers after midnight, below in the mid-40s. Cloudy, scattered showers tomorrow with a high near 60. Partly sunny on Saturday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Rocket.com is the new home for all things home ownership. Whether you're buying your first home, finding your next one, or unlocking home equity to fund one of your dreams, there's only one destination that has everything you need to get started, all under one roof. Get started today at Rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream.
Who sells Continental tires for less than Town Fair Tire? Nobody. Who has a better selection of Continental tires than Town Fair Tire? Nobody. And who gives you more free services for the life of those Continental tires? Nobody. Town Fair Tire has over 100 locations and over 600,000 tires in stock, all at the guaranteed lowest price. And that's why we say nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Talking about a bill here for the first couple of hours, and we'll continue with a guest second segment next hour here. That's got a lot of people giving them a little agita there, including some members of the Bridgeport Town Council. The part of this omnibus, that means a lot of stuff jammed into a little package. This omnibus bill here on housing and zoning in the state. How about that? A lot of bureaucrats want to wag their finger at Fairfield County and at areas outside of Hartford and at areas outside New Haven saying, hey, you're not doing enough for affordable housing. Your Planning and Zoning Commission, PZC, your ZBA, the Zoning Board of Appeals. No. We know better than them. And look, maybe you agree with him, but if you don't, keep an eye on this. And for God's sake, remember who you voted for and if they did or did not vote for or against this, and whether that makes you happy, giddy, turning cartwheels, or the exact opposite. Because these are the exact kind of laws. And I'm not saying you have to approve this or not, but I'm just at the thing that kills me on bills like this is when I hear somebody say, well, my guy or my gal that I always vote for, I'm sure they didn't vote for that. Well, guess what? I checked. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They did? Well, how do you know? Well, because it's pretty easy to find. That little interweb thing, that little internet thing that came online mainly to people in the early 90s, like 1990, 92, 94, something like that. The whole theory of a home computer. Remember those nifty things? Now you can do it on your phone. So just be aware. That's all. Maybe you like the bill. Maybe you hate it. But don't get caught. What's the phrase? I got caught flat-footed. I wasn't on the balls of my feet there. Wasn't ready to move left or right. Little sports illusion there. A lot more coming up, including your calls and text 333-9422.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Wallace. The Trump administration is barring Harvard University from enrolling foreign students. The thousands who are already there will have to transfer or leave the country. This student is upset.
I have a lot of friends who are international students. I don't want to see them go. I think that's sad.
More from CBS Boston's Christina Rex.
It is so scary.
Swedish international student Leo Derden is set to graduate in May.
I've looked forward to the day of commencement for 4 years now. I hope I don't spend it in a detention center in Louisiana.
But DHS is demanding that Harvard report its international students to the government for alleged violence or illegal activity.
A California judge has blocked the Trump administration from terminating the legal status of international students, while a court case challenging previous terminations plays out. CBS's Jan Crawford reports the Supreme Court has blocked the creation of the nation's first religious charter school in Oklahoma.
They deadlocked 4-4, which means that the lower court ruling will stand, and that denied the state funding to this religious charter school, but it has no impact outside this case.
Justice Amy Coney Barrett recused herself from the case. She's friends with a professor who has argued religious charter schools should be allowed. Investigators say the gunman who killed 2 Israeli embassy employees in Washington, D.C. yelled "Free Palestine" as he was taken into custody. Former Florida Congressman Ted Deutsch is the CEO of the American Jewish Committee.
The most important response is going to be to show the resilience of the Jewish people and standing strong, standing proud as Jews, working with friends and allies to not tolerate anti-Semitism.
Police are investigating the shooting as a hate crime. 2 people were killed and 8 were injured when a private jet crashed into a military housing neighborhood in San Diego. CBS's Carter Evans is there.
It kind of skidded down the street here, and apparently it lost a lot of fuel, a lot of jet fuel. In fact, it still smells like jet fuel around here, and that caused a fire down the street, which lit several cars on fire.
It was foggy when that plane crashed. By a 1-vote margin, House Republicans have approved President Trump's domestic policy bill packed with tax breaks. CBS's Nancy Cordes says it will face an uphill battle in the Senate.
There are some Senate Republicans who say this bill is going to have to change. There are some Republicans who feel that the Medicaid cuts are too draconian and too swift. And then you have some conservatives who say that this bill, despite what the president has been saying about it cutting the deficit, it actually adds to the debt fairly significantly, and they don't think that they can support it unless there are deeper cuts.
Stocks had been higher much of the day, but there's been a last-minute sell-off. Dow is down 1 point. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. Protect your auto, home, and business with Progressive and get 24/7 coverage. See if you can save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-230-2777. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-230-2777. That's 800-230-2777. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Connecticut State House of Representatives last night passed changes to the state's Trust Act, expanding the law that limits contact between local police and federal agencies, such as Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, commonly known as ICE. The current law states that police can only contact ICE after a person in the country illegally has been convicted of a Class A or Class B felony. The proposed changes would expand the prohibition to more state officials, but also broadens the crimes that could trigger contact. Republicans have been pushing for the addition of Class C felonies as well, but Stonington Republican State Representative Greg Howard made it clear to WTNH TV News 8 that the goal was not to target illegal immigrants.
We are not and have not at any point in time been about police contacting ICE simply because somebody called to report domestic violence, was involved in a car crash, or even picked up for a misdemeanor or D felony.
A late season nor'easter is bringing heavy rain and gusty winds into Connecticut today. As much as 2 inches of rainfall is forecast, with isolated higher amounts possible. Winds will gust to 40 miles per hour at times, especially near the coast. It's unseasonably chilly, too, with temperatures mostly staying in the 40s. The XL Center is officially closed for renovations. Officials say the arena is entering the next stage of upgrades and will be shut down for the summer. The project includes new lower bowl seating and concourse renovations, along with upgrades to the Yukon and Hartford Wolfpack locker rooms. The XL Center is expected to reopen in October. A Danbury man is the winner of a $2 million scratch ticket. The Connecticut Lottery said the ticket was purchased at J&R White Street Citgo in Danbury. The winner said he wants to buy a house and do some traveling. And Bradley International Airport is now part of an indoor navigation app meant to assist passengers with certain disabilities. The airport recently announced a partnership with Good Maps, which provides enhanced navigation and mapping for passengers who are blind, deaf, or neurodiverse. It can also be helpful to travelers who don't speak English or first-time flyers. The Connecticut Airport Authority said the partnership helps ensure, quote, everyone who comes through Bradley International Airport has a seamless travel experience. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound, plan on up to 90 minutes from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. New Haven, busy but moving through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Orange. The Wilbur Cross is only slightly better. And on 84 eastbound, heavy congestion through Danbury going into the Super 7. And some more extra volume follows you through Newtown into exit 11. Traffic Report is powered by Kitchen Corner. Visit Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, the headquarters for your cooking needs and grilling essentials. Offering expert knife sharpening, 203-374-1118 or kitchen-corner.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Rain this evening, then showers after midnight, below the mid-40s. Cloudy tomorrow. There will be scattered showers and milder with a high near 60. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. A lot of calls, a lot of text messages here, some emails as well on the bill that's being bounced around in Hartford. And the reason I'm spending so much time on this, you may say, well, it's only a bill. No. This may seriously change the makeup of your town. This is House Bill 5002. What the bill would do would, in a sense, neuter, shall we use that word? Shall we say temper some of the powers of the Planning and Zoning Commission or the Zoning Board of Appeals in your city or town. One of the things that this bill would do if it's passed by both chambers and signed by the governor, the bill would prevent your local zoning board from slowing down or stopping or ordering changes to a housing development with perhaps some affordable housing because you don't have enough parking there. So, again, the bill, as it reads here, here's the key line. The bill would, quote, prohibit the imposition of mandatory minimum parking requirements to any development in a municipality. So that would prevent your local city or town's zoning board of appeals or planning and zoning commission from saying, hey, we like this, but there's not enough parking for this. Are you going to do your own parking inside? Can you park underneath? Well, Paul, sometimes they just use parking because they don't want the developer to build a building. Well, yeah, okay. Welcome to America. It's how things work. It's called power in politics. I'm a firm no on this bill. I know Connecticut has housing issues. Some of those issues are self-inflicted, but look. Let's call this for what it is. They mentioned, housing problems in Connecticut. No. This bill is squarely aimed on the large case of one specific area. It's Fairfield County. And you and I know that. It's where all the rich people live, and how dare you rich people want to maintain your cushy little zoning laws, so we're going to do this and eventually try and screw you that way. Now, primarily, it's a Fairfield County bullseye here. Other areas, yeah, some of the areas outside Hartford, Simsbury, West Simsbury, Avon, Farmington, West Hartford. You heard Chris's news today. West Hartford, number 19 of the top 20 places to live in the country. And also some shoreline areas east of New Haven, Madison, North Madison, Guilford, Old Saybrook, places out there. Joe in Bridgeport's here. Joe, good afternoon. How are you?
Oh, Paul, we can't stop laughing. We've been laughing all day. We love it.
You love it, huh?
And we live in Fairfield County, and we can't stop laughing. We can't stop laughing listening to Lisa Wexler brain explode all day long. I mean, you know what they say. You get what you vote for, right?
Yeah, you know.
We love it.
Listen.
We can't wait. We can't wait for people to be pushing, homeless people pushing shopping carts downtown Westport, downtown Greenwich Avenue. We can't wait. We love it. That's what you get. You vote for it and you get it. And I have a solution for the parking problem.
Okay, what would that be, Joe?
Give me the time.
Yeah.
Perfect. So all these lefties talk about climate change,
Yeah,
right?
uh-huh.
So everybody in Westport and
Yeah.
Greenwich and all these towns, they have to get rid of their cars. And what you do is, and we're going to make listen, and we're going to make jobs. Listen, we're going to make jobs.
All right, yeah.
So all the people that are going to come down,
Yeah.
they're going to get electric cars.
Yeah.
And you're going to Uber around.
Yeah.
And we fight climate change. Okay.
Yeah.
We fight climate change.
Okay.
We don't have any parking issues.
Uh-huh.
And everybody gets around. See how it is when you're an entrepreneur?
Joe, you should run for you should run for governor. You've got it all figured out, Joe.
No, because I'm not a dirtbag criminal Democrat. That's the problem.
No, Joe. Joe, have a good day, Joe. Hey, Joe, do me a favor. Don't hold back, will you? Let's not paint with a broad brush here. Let's rub each other's shoulders and have a nice, healthy exchange. Right here, your station for healthy policy exchanges. Right here on WICC.
You listen to Melissa in the Morning, live from the Voice of Connecticut studios. But now, she's coming to your town. It's the WICC Brown Roofing Melissa in the Morning Diner Tour. Every Thursday morning, join Melissa Sheketoff as she broadcasts live from diners across Fairfield County. She'll interview local leaders, selectmen, and everyone that makes your town great. Get a full schedule at voiceofct.com and join us. Presented by Maritime Chevrolet, AARP Connecticut, and Connecticut Education Association.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, cadillacofgreenwich.com.
A.G. Williams Painting, A.G. Williams Painting, the people you trust to do the job right.
Imagine your house perfectly painted. Fresh colors, clean lines, looking better than ever. And now imagine a painting experience that's just as good. We're talking friendly painters, easy communication, and never feeling in the dark. With A.G. Williams Painting, you don't have to imagine it.
A.G. Williams Painting, the people you trust to do the job right.
A.G. Williams Painting has been painting in your neighborhood since 1906, and they know how to do it right. You'll love their team, too. A.G. Williams Painting has career craftspeople who are totally dedicated to their work and invested in your project. That means peace of mind and a paint job you can be proud of.
A.G. Williams Painting, A.G. Williams Painting. to do the job right.
Here at Stanford Health, expert care begins with a conversation where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU, and mental health means community health. Here, we're collaborating with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS to redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex, Stanford Health. Care. It's different here.
Former CIA officer Jason Hansen here. As someone who's dedicated my life to protecting people, I know the importance of guarding what matters most. Right now, with global instability and the dollar's declining value, that means securing your financial assets with gold. For me, I trust Advantage Gold with my own investments. Give them a call at 800-900-8000 for a 100% free gold guide. Again, call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 today.
Paid for by Advantage Gold. Performance may vary. Past performance is not indicated for future results. Always consult your financial and tax professional.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound, plan on up to 90 minutes from Greenwich through Crumble and Bridgeport. New Haven, busy but moving through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Orange. The Wilbur Cross is only slightly better. And on 84 eastbound, heavy congestion through Danbury going into the Super 7. And some more extra volume follows you through Newtown into exit 11. Traffic report is powered by Kitchen Corner. Visit Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, the headquarters for your cooking needs and grilling essentials. Offering expert knife sharpening, 203-374-1118 or kitchen-corner.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, rain this evening over to showers after midnight, below in the mid-40s. Cloudy, scattered showers tomorrow with a high near 60. Partly sunny on Saturday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He's got a lot to say, and he's gonna say it. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Here it is. Ready? Here we go now. The sinister music. Yes, the superhero music. Seems pertinent today. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC joining us to weigh in on this bill. House Bill 5002 that might severely restrict the powers coming up of your Planning and Zoning Commission or your Zoning Board of Appeals. Some cities or towns have one or the other. Some have both. Carol Platt-Lebo, of course, we know Carol well from the Yankee Institute for Public Policy, yankeeinstitute.org. Carol, hi, it's Paul. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hi, good afternoon, Paul. How are you?
I'm good. Well, Carol, I'm a little shocked. I was just shocked, tongue-in-cheek, to see a large omnibus bill dropped in front of legislators like a day before the debate was supposed to happen. Carol, I don't know. I'm still recovering here. I'm just stunned, aren't you?
Well, stunned or dismayed, take your pick.
Yeah, so Carol, I'm sure you folks at Yankee, I know you published some bullet points here, and I know it's being bandied about now as we speak at the Capitol. You've got even some big cities like Bridgeport here, hardly a conservative stronghold, saying they don't like parts of this bill.
Well, no, I think no one's going to like this parts of this bill. None of the municipalities are. Because it really hands control of local zoning to the state politicians in Hartford, and it strips our towns and cities of their ability to run in accordance with the wishes of their residents. And Paul, we all know that one of the reasons people love Connecticut and come to Connecticut is because we do have these 169 cities and towns. A lot of them have very different and very distinct local characters, and people like getting to choose where they're going to live and enjoy the places they are, and get to participate in local government and get to live in a town where they have a say. And what you have right now is a big, greedy, massive power grab from the state government.
And the thing, Carol, if I'm understanding this from your summary and the other summaries I've read across the web today, is that even though lawmakers would vote on this ostensibly in the House and Senate, and if the governor signs this, the actual control of this, of some of these issues, many of them, if not all of them, wouldn't have to vote on anything again, right? They'll just hand all this administrative stuff off to other unelected folks. Am I understanding that right?
Right. And, that's a new trick that you see happening more and more, that they can get a lot of really bad, really unpopular stuff done. We saw it in some of the environmental bills that they tried to get through in the past, where what they do is they simply pass, they take one vote and then they vote to sort of delegate all these decisions to unelected bureaucrats. And then they let them make the unpopular decisions that everybody hates because they can't be thrown out of office.
Carol, and the guest is Carol Platt-Lebo from the Yankee Institute for Public Policy. Check them out online, of course, yankeeinstitute.org. Carol, is interesting. When I first read about this a few months ago, and I was talking to people on the air and off, they said to me, and I'm kind of paraphrasing, but they all had the same message: watch how they try to do it with parking. And I said, well, what do you mean? And now I see it here that I guess, Carol, a way to do the classic end around or the end sweep on this stuff to get around people like you and I talking about it is to regulate building by parking rules, right?
Well, what they're trying to do is in other words, one of the ways that you can control what is happening in your town, and one of the things even the people in Bridgeport object to is the fact that you are that the bill prevents your municipality from requiring off-street parking in most new developments, even if streets are overcrowded. So, you're going to be forced to build all of this new dense development, multifamily housing, but you can't have a requirement that the developer provide adequate parking off the street for all these people in all these new units that they're going to build.
Yeah, and Carol, finally, I'm sure a lot of legislators, whether they'll admit it or not, they feel pressured to vote for this, but the genesis of this is actually who or whom. I mean, I know it's been out there for years. So are these some of the same interest groups, what's squarely across here on Fairfield County and some of the richer Hartford counties? I mean, I'm sure, Carol, that you and I know how this works. I'm sure there are a lot of lawmakers. They'll never admit it, but I'll bet you they're squeamish about this. That would be my guess.
Well, I think they should be because, there are a lot of communities where you have affluent people who at the moment vote left a little bit because, they're comfortable doing it and they can afford higher taxes. But I think they'll feel very differently if some of the stuff in this bill comes to pass in their affluent communities.
Yeah. Okay, so the bill is HB 5002. Carol, as usual, please tell my listeners how they can get more on Yankees policies and policy breakdowns.
Yes, yankeeinstitute.org, and our Twitter account is at Yankee Institute. We also make it easy for you to reach your legislators. And the thing that people have to understand is that local control is important. It's always easier for you to make your voice heard to a local legislator than to a state one. This takes away local control and lets the state run your town. You don't want that happening.
All right, yankeeinstitute.org, and, of course, Yankee Institute all over the place on social media. Carol Platt-Lebo. Carol, great to hear from you. As always, you have the number, so call in whenever you want to.
You bet. Thanks, Paul.
Thanks. Appreciate it. So, see, folks, that's the issue, too. And the issue generally is whether or not you have available input. Maybe you like some of the stuff. Maybe you don't. But Carol brought up a major point there that I always bring up. Maybe you don't like the way your town is run. Maybe you do. Maybe you have people saying, well, you live in that town, that you don't do this. Yeah, but here's the point. As Carol said, you can, if you're so inclined, you can say, hey, I'm going to the zoning commission meeting tonight at City Hall or Town Hall or, so-and-so elementary school because I want to get up to the microphone and say something. Go do that in Hartford. By the way, you think there's going to be any public input on this bill over the next couple of days? No, of course not. So understand, this is why local control is important. It's a lot easier for you on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday night to get in your buggy and go down and sit in on the zoning meeting and take notes and talk to your city or town councilors. Try doing that with the literati in Hartford. They'll tell you to get out. Traffic and weather together right here, right now, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound, plan on up to 90 minutes from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. New Haven, busy but moving through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Orange. The Wilbur Cross is only slightly better. And on 84 eastbound, heavy congestion through Danbury going into the Super 7. And some more extra volume follows you through Newtown into exit 11. Traffic report is powered by Kitchen Corner. Visit Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, the headquarters for your cooking needs and grilling essentials. Offering expert knife sharpening, 203-374-1118 or kitchen-corner.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Rain this evening, then showers after midnight, below the mid-40s. Cloudy tomorrow. There will be scattered showers and milder with a high near 60. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut paid leave, making time for life's most important moments.
To recover from illness or injury.
To give your employees peace of mind.
To welcome home an active duty service member.
To help a loved one get better.
To get help for your mental health.
To welcome a new addition to your family.
To leave an unsafe home.
Learn more about accessing the benefits of Connecticut paid leave. Visit ctpaidleave.org.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, June 27th for a very special night. It's Fireworks Night, presented by Baby Ruth. Bring family and friends down to the ballpark to watch the Yankees take on the Athletics. Following the ball game, we'll have a spectacular post-game fireworks show. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss the Yankees and Athletics for Fireworks Night on Friday, June 27th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
All right, thank you, sir. Coming up, news, traffic, and weather together. How about this? Oh, breaking news. The U.S. Mint has confirmed their plans to stop making the penny. How about that? I guess it just costs too much money. Now, the White House says making sense doesn't make sense anymore. Get it? The Mint has made its final order of penny blanks and plans to stop producing the coin when they run out. Wow. About that. This move comes as the cost of making pennies has increased by 20% since 2024. By stopping making a penny, the Treasury Department says they'll have an immediate annual savings of $56 million in costs. Now, riddle me this, Batman. Does that mean eventually everything is going to have to be either a 0 or a 5? In other words, if there's no pennies, can something cost 7 cents?
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is targeting Harvard again. CBS's Wendy Gillette.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says she's ordering her department to terminate Harvard's student and exchange visitor program, which would mean it could no longer enroll foreign students.
A California judge has blocked the administration from terminating the legal status of international students nationwide. Investigators are treating the fatal shooting of 2 Israeli embassy staffers in Washington, D.C. as a hate crime. Former Florida Congressman Ted Deutsch is the CEO of the American Jewish Committee.
There is a role for all of us to play in fighting anti-Semitism so that we never see something like this happen again.
By a 1-vote margin, the House passed President Trump's huge tax and spending package. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
The Senate should pass this as quickly as possible and send it to President Trump's desk for a final signature.
But some Senate Republicans have expressed their opposition to that big spending bill. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Wallace.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The second round of medical debt relief has begun in Connecticut, with over 100,000 residents expected to soon have some or all of their medical debt erased. This is due to the state's ongoing partnership with the nonprofit group Undo Medical Debt. The first round was announced by Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz this past December.
We have canceled out $30 million in debt for residents of Connecticut.
This particular form of debt forgiveness has received support from state Republicans, with Trumbull Republican State Representative Dave Rutigliano telling WTNH-TV News 8 that it shines a light on the issue with America's healthcare system.
To forgive somebody's medical debt is certainly a lot more acceptable to someone like me than it would be for student loan debt. It does beg a bigger question of why is it so expensive? Why isn't insurance covering all this stuff? And what is fundamentally wrong with our health system that we can't all afford to use it?
The State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection announced yesterday that alcohol will be banned from state parks for most of the summer. The ban began yesterday and extends through August 18th. This ban will include Naugatuck State Forest, as well as areas commonly known as Seymour Reservoirs 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the lands immediately surrounding the reservoirs. DEEP says they have seen an increase in alcohol use in recent years, and that this ban is to ensure everyone's safety. The Connecticut State House of Representatives last night passed changes to the state's Trust Act, expanding the law that limits contact between local police and federal agencies, such as Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, commonly known as ICE. The current law states that police can only contact ICE after a person in the country illegally has been convicted of a Class A or Class B felony. The proposed changes would expand the prohibition to more state officials, but also broadens the crimes that could trigger contact. Republicans have been pushing for the addition of Class C felonies as well, but Stonington Republican State Representative Greg Howard made it clear to WTNH-TV News 8 that the goal was not to target illegal immigrants.
We are not and have not at any point in time been about police contacting ICE simply because somebody called to report domestic violence, was involved in a car crash, or even picked up for a misdemeanor or D felony.
Starting today, you'll be seeing more people out on the roadways. AAA projected more than 45 million people will be traveling 50 miles or more from home for the Memorial Day weekend holiday, setting a new record. That projection accounts for people nationwide today through Monday. The highest percentage of people getting away will be driving. Connecticut State Police are reminding drivers that troopers will be out in full force throughout the holiday weekend. There will not be specific checkpoints set up across the state, but state police are reminding folks to never drink and drive or get distracted behind the wheel. 10 educators were arrested while protesting at Governor Ned Lamont's office in Hartford yesterday. They were taken into custody for civil disobedience after camping outside of the governor's office in the Capitol building in an effort to increase education spending in this year's budget. Following the arrests, Governor Lamont spoke with WFSB Channel 3 and said that he supports more education funding, but can't give the teachers everything they're asking for.
I want the money to go where it makes the biggest difference. That's for the teachers. That's in the classroom. That's apprentice teachers. That's Big Brother, Big Sister. Those are the programs I really care about, and summer programs as well. I'm going to do everything I can to tell the teachers we respect everything they're doing, how important they are.
The protesters said the state must put more into education, with school districts across Connecticut facing funding cuts. In some districts, that could mean layoffs. And a Connecticut town is ranked 19th among the 20 best places to live in America, according to U.S. News and World Report. The magazine based its rankings for West Hartford on factors including the job market, cost of living, quality of life, location, and weather. West Hartford is the only community in Connecticut on the list. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway really isn't much help right now. Through New Haven, 95 north and southbound. Congestion delays getting through Milford, West Haven, and Long Wharf. And on Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes from about exit 9 going all the way up over the bridge into Derby. No crash reported. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and overnight, rain this evening over to showers after midnight, below in the mid-40s. Cloudy, scattered showers tomorrow with a high near 60. Partly sunny on Saturday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Saying everything that's on his mind. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Right, open phones. If you want to drop in here, please do. The water's fine. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. How about this? You've been hearing it last couple of hours from CBS. The Trump White House on Thursday revoked the ability of Harvard University to enroll international students, marking a big escalation in the battle over the Ivy League schools' autonomy in the face of policy demands. Homeland Security saying in a statement, quote, Harvard can no longer enroll foreign students and existing foreign students must transfer or lose their legal status. Now, this is, again, and by the way, you notice it's only, I mean, the big troublemakers here are basically 3 or 4 Ivy League schools. Now, I know Yale has had a problem or two, but it's basically, 2 schools, right? Harvard and Columbia, that continue to be, by the reckoning of many, dens of anti-Semitism. 6,793 international students comprise 27.2% of Harvard's enrollment. Wow, it's a lot of money. That's a lot of piasters there. And it's what do you hear? It's Harvard and Columbia. And by the way, lest you doubt what I'm saying, just go to your search engine there online and put in the terms or something like the terms Harvard and anti-Semitism. Because Harvard is one of these schools, apparently, that is afraid to, I don't know, they live in fear of some members of their own student body. Do they crave the money? I don't know. Listen to this. This is from The Atlantic, which is a very progressive, very left-leaning online publication. I don't know if they have a print version or not. Harvard begins to confront its anti-Semitism problem. Now, I don't quite, and there's another thing I don't understand. And maybe you can help me out, literally, because I don't get this. What gives foreign students the right to come here as guests of the United States of America, which is what they are, on student visas, and as guests of a university, and then come here and make it uncomfortable for a certain ethnic or religious group, or many of whom are U.S. citizens, to go about their daily lives? I mean, the crap, the garbage that still happens day in and day out at Columbia. What do? They took over the library a couple of weeks ago because of this Muhammad Khalil. And by the way, Could we stop treating this guy, Khalil, like he's Gandhi, for freaking sake? I'm watching the coverage here on CNN. Another court hearing set for Mohammed Khalil. Oh, my God. Wait, hey, has anybody researched this guy? Well, he's married to an American and he has a kid, yeah? So that allows him to harass Jews. Is that what you're saying? Stop. Good for Trump on this stuff, I swear. You come here as a guest to our country. You come here as a paying customer of a university, and then you've got the goulions to go out there and make another ethnic group feel uncomfortable, feel like they're not safe on campus, and you have people in this country that are all right with that, and they're going to say, oh, but Trump, look what Trump did. I got news for you. Thank God in this case that Trump's got the balls on him he does to do this, because the universities certainly don't. Listen to this from The Atlantic. The report carefully documents a series of appalling incidents and the failure of university leadership to address chronic and worsening Jew baiting. It notes that the university leaders remained mute when a commencement speaker resorted to an anti-Jewish trope. It describes the silencing of Jewish students by their classmates, egregious faculty support of anti-Israel protests at the expense of classroom neutrality or even attendance, and sheer thuggishness aimed at Jewish students. It also documents the collapse of a once demanding disciplinary system as various penalties for the misbehaviors were reduced or rescinded wholesale in July of 2024. So can anybody please explain to me whether it's Harvard or Columbia? By the way, did you see what happened in Columbia the other day again? I'll tell you about it. What are these people so afraid of? Why are they putting on the knee pads, genuflecting, bowing down, kowtowing to some? Now listen, the vast majority, 99.99%, I'm sure, of foreign students would just want to come to school in the U.S., maybe put down roots here, and enjoy the educational experience, which is my point. Again, it's 2 or 3 that just beg to get arrested, and they do. And now we're worshiping this Mohammed Khalil in Colombia like he's Joan of Arc, for God's sake. Oh, the court system and this federal judge and that federal judge. Now, number one, you're not an American. I've had numerous experts on this program who have said, for some reason, the country is holding this guy up as this bastion of free speech we should accord him. No, the guy Khalil is here to cause problems, and he's trying to use his wife and use his unborn child to justify that. So hopefully he gets kicked out, and hopefully Harvard finally comes to their to their common sense point here. I don't understand it. Please explain it to me. What are these schools so afraid of? With a handful of rabble-rousers that if you kicked them out and got them off campus and said to them, yeah, we enjoy free speech in this country, what you're doing is harassing Jewish students. Get out. What is Harvard so afraid of? What is Columbia so afraid of? I don't get it.
Mark Nielsen, former Danbury State Senator, with something for Connecticut to consider on the state budget being written in Hartford.
This is Mark Nielsen. Governor Ned Lamont is 100% right to prioritize the fiscal guardrails that have finally started to reduce our debt and improve our state's financial health. State budgets should be like family budgets. If family income goes up in one year, great. But let's not act like the increase will necessarily be permanent. Reducing state debt and building a reserve makes sense. That's the idea of the state spending cap that I and others introduced back in the 90s. We've seen proof that common sense spending policies are good for the economy and jobs. There will always be some argument for busting through a financial guardrail, an urgent crisis, crazy Doge slashing in Washington. But Connecticut is finally pulling itself out of a hole created over decades. Let's not go back. That's something to consider, Connecticut.
Paid for by Mark Nielsen.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's all to 321-321.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Even though interest rates backed off a bit on some very weak housing data today, stocks still are showing some concern about debt and deficits, trade and tariffs, and all the things coming out of Washington that have the market a little bit confused over the last several days and weeks. It was a mixed close at the end of the day. Not a lot of follow through to the downside. There was a brief upside spike, but that evaporated by the close. The Dow losing a point to end at 41,859, the S&P losing 2, while the Nasdaq held on to a 53-point gain to end at 18,925. 10-year note yields, which touched 4.6% again this morning, dipped to 4.54%, while the dollar firmed up against key foreign currencies. Oil down 68 cents to $60.89 a barrel. OPEC Plus saying it may add to production increases come July. Gold slipped $22.80 to $32.90 the ounce, while Bitcoin was really in many ways the star of the day at one juncture, topping $111,000, which is where it finished on the day, up more than $3,000 for the session.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway really isn't much help right now. Through New Haven, 95 north and southbound. Congestion delays getting through Milford, West Haven, and Long Wharf, and on Route 8 northbound. You're on the brakes from about exit 9 going all the way up over the bridge into Derby. No crash reported. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Rain this evening, then showers after midnight, below in the mid-40s. Cloudy tomorrow. There will be scattered showers and milder with a high near 60. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Everything you need to know to stay informed. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
So again, the people screaming and yelling at Donald Trump here, they just don't get it. There is an amazing factor at work here. There's a tone deafness that I still fail to understand. Dovetailing off of what I said a couple of seconds ago, and by the way, phones are open if you want. Look, if you want to tell me I'm an idiot here, fine. But I'll debate it with you. 333-9422. But get this. Imagine this. Acting Columbia President Claire Shipman. Now, remember, Claire Shipman was a network news correspondent. She worked in a couple of the Democratic White Houses. So during the commencement ceremony at Columbia, so you have students, moms, Dad's there, Grandma, Grandpa, Nana, Papa. They're all there, right? It's Columbia's graduation day. You would think that somebody with Ms. Shipman's backgrounds wouldn't be so freaking tone deaf, but she was. She said during the Columbia commencement a few days ago that what were her exact words here? Wait, I want to get it right. I don't want to misquote her. That, here it is. I know many of you in our community are mourning the absence of our graduate, Mahmoud Khalil. This is a guy on campus who was stoking anti-Jewish protests. Aimed squarely at Israel, aimed squarely at Jewish students, causing them to feel fear and uncomfort. But you get a woman here who's worked for Democratic White Houses, who's worked on network news, and says, and it can be no more pedantic than she is here, I know many in our community are mourning the absence of our graduate, Mahmoud Khalil. Now, who thought that was a good idea to say that? Who is she pandering to? What are these schools so afraid of? Trump White House claims that during the protests, Khalil was giving out pro-Hamas literature, which would probably not be a good thing. One Columbia undergrad told the New York Post, "Mourning, is he dead?" She added, "What about the hostages who are dead? We should be mourning them," she said of the Israelis taken captive 3 October 2023. One person said, "I don't think a day like this should mention that." So Ethan, a 22-year-old Columbia engineering student, said this was bizarre. "I think the crowd was surprised. There was a moment of silence." So I don't know. What is this? You tell me. Now, granted, there are a lot of people probably from a legal point of view watching Mahmoud Khalil's case. Does he have freedom of speech? If it's the same as an American student or a U.S. citizen, did he go beyond that? Is giving out Hamas literature the same thing as aligning himself with Hamas? Maybe, maybe not. But my God, here is Claire Shipman, a woman you probably remember from network television, and from some Democratic administrations, saying on a graduation day, saying that we're mourning the absence of Mahmoud Khalil. Oh, my God. Why do they say this? That's the big question I have. And if you notice, it's only a handful of schools. You never hear about this stuff happening in Midwestern schools or schools in the South or, maybe the big city schools in the Northwest. You hear a little of it there. But it's basically, it's pretty much been slightly Yale, but the stuff all over the news is Harvard and Columbia. And I read an interesting piece a couple of weeks ago from a woman who had taught into her 80s at Harvard, and she said, and the piece was in the Wall Street Journal. It got a couple of pretty good references. She said, "Yeah, I love my school, I love my people I was teaching with, but Harvard was and is a den of anti-Semitism." So you know what? Good for Donald Trump. Let him slug it out in the courts. Unless you think that he's crazy and I'm crazy, all you need to do, folks, all you need to do is go online, put in the words in some way, shape, or form, in some order. Just type in anti-Semitism, Harvard, and Columbia. And by the way, I think Harvard ranked last too, in a rating by an organization that does this every year of free speech. So not only is Harvard sadly somewhat of a den of anti-Semitism, you can't speak out about it. Now, Is it it can't be the money. I mean, their endowment is like $50 billion. Are they that hard up for the money? Is Harvard, or some of these schools like Harvard and Columbia, do they have a cadre of people who just despise Israel that much to the point where they don't care if it gets them bad PR? I don't know. You tell me. 203-333-9422. 333. I can't figure it out. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway really isn't much help right now. Through New Haven, 95 north and southbound. Congestion delays getting through Milford, West Haven, and Long Wharf. And on Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes from about exit 9 going all the way up over the bridge into Derby. No crash reported. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, rain this evening over to showers after midnight, below in the mid-40s. Cloudy, scattered showers tomorrow with a high near 60. Partly sunny on Saturday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Rocket.com is the new home for all things home ownership. Whether you're buying your first home, finding your next one, or unlocking home equity to fund one of your dreams, there's only one destination that has everything you need to get started, all under one roof. Get started today at Rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream.
Now you can find out who's under the helmet and behind the jersey with the Root and Report Athlete Profile. High school sports are made great by the student athletes who play them. Check out the High School Athlete Profile, sponsored by BMW of Darien at therootandreport.com.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, coming up at the bottom of the next hour, right after the news at about 5:35 or so, we're set to chat with East Haven Republican State Rep Joe Zullo. Again, the big doings up at the Capitol today, in case you're just joining us, and we'll recap it after the news. There's a bill being bounced about that would go a long way to taking away some power from your individual city and town. That's right. As far as zoning laws are concerned. Now, again, a lot of people don't like the zoning laws of their towns as usual. Some people say, hey, they're too loose, they're too tight. I don't like him, that guy in the zoning board. I don't like her, that guy in the zoning board. But here's the bottom line. It's your city and town, right? So you have a chance to go to whenever your zoning board meets, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, first Wednesday of every month, second Tuesday of every month, third Friday of every month. At least you have a chance to go out there and say, well, okay, I can at least talk to somebody face to face. But what this House bill might do, House Bill 5002, what this bill might end up doing is taking away a lot of the power from the people that you may know in your city and town, or you may want to elect or vote for a mayor or a town councilor who could then, appoint somebody to the zoning commission and give it to unelected bureaucrats in Hartford. And again, let's call this for what it is. This bill is aimed squarely at Fairfield County. They've been trying to, a lot of the more progressive elements of the state, they don't like the zoning laws in Fairfield County because they say it keeps out people of color, it keeps out low-income people, it keeps out people that, Fairfield County, they claim doesn't want. So we'll talk to Joe Zullo about that and more coming up 5 o'clock hour right here, right now.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Wallace. The man accused of fatally shooting 2 Israeli embassy employees in Washington, D.C. has just been charged with murder of foreign officials and 2 counts of first-degree murder, which could carry the death penalty. Janine Pirro is the acting U.S. attorney in D.C.
This is a horrific crime. And these crimes are not going to be tolerated by me and by this office.
People who know Elias Rodriguez say he had been outraged by the 2021 strangulation of a 6-year-old Palestinian boy by a landlord in Chicago.
Free Palestine! That's what the suspect in the attack that killed Yaron Lashinsky and Sarah Milgram yelled immediately after. But CBS News has learned Milgram was committed to bridging the gap between Israelis and Palestinians. While studying for her master's degree in international relations from American University, she interned at a nonprofit aiming to provide conflict dialogue to young Israelis and Palestinians. And she also pursued more studies and courses on peace building and education. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
The Trump administration has revoked Harvard University's right to enroll foreign students. Here's CBS News legal analyst Thane Rosenberg.
The Trump administration believes that the incitement of anti-Semitic intimidation and harassment has been imported from the Middle East and other foreign nations, which is one of the reasons why they are revoking student visas from various schools.
A music talent agency says 3 of its employees died in the private jet crash in a military housing neighborhood in San Diego. Mayor Todd Gloria.
An extraordinary effort by our first responders. I can't emphasize that enough. The limitation in terms of the additional damage on the ground is a direct result of their hard work, of their expertise, of their professionalism.
The Senate has blocked California's plan to ban the sale of gas-powered cars by 2035. State Attorney General Rob Bonta plans to sue the Trump administration.
This is a workaround for Trump to punish California for defying his efforts to bring us backward.
The House has approved President Trump's budget bill by a 1-vote margin.
President Trump calls it the big, beautiful bill, and White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says that's exactly what it is.
This one big, beautiful bill will implement President Trump's Make America Great Again agenda by delivering the largest tax cut in American history for middle-class families, the working class, and small businesses.
But it also cuts Medicaid and food programs, while budget hawks say it adds to the federal deficit. Secretary Leavitt responded,
The Senate should pass this as quickly as possible.
The Republican-led Senate is likely to make several changes to the bill. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Stocks were mixed today. The Dow lost 1 point. The Nasdaq was up 53. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
The Peace Lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
10 educators were arrested while protesting at Governor Ned Lamont's office in Hartford yesterday. They were taken into custody for civil disobedience after camping outside of the governor's office in the Capitol building in an effort to increase education spending in this year's budget. Following the arrests, Governor Lamont spoke with WFSB Channel 3 and said that he supports more education funding, but can't give the teachers everything they're asking for.
I want the money to go where it makes the biggest difference. That's for the teachers. That's in the classroom. That's apprentice teachers. That's Big Brother, Big Sister. Those are the programs I really care about, and summer programs as well. I'm going to do everything I can to tell the teachers we respect everything they're doing, how important they are.
The protesters said the state must put more into education, with school districts across Connecticut facing funding cuts. In some districts, that could mean layoffs. The State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection announced yesterday that alcohol will be banned from state parks for most of the summer. The ban began yesterday and extends through August 18th. The ban will include Naugatuck State Forest, as well as areas commonly known as Seymour Reservoirs 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the lands immediately surrounding the reservoirs. Deep says they have seen an increase in alcohol use in recent years, and that this ban is to ensure everyone's safety. The XL Center is officially closed for renovations. Officials say the arena is entering the next stage of upgrades and will be shut down for the summer. The project includes new lower bowl seating and concourse renovations, along with upgrades to the Yukon and Hartford Wolfpack locker rooms. The XL Center is expected to reopen in October. A Connecticut town is ranked 19th among the 20 best places to live in America, according to U.S. News and World Report. The magazine based its rankings for West Hartford on factors including the job market, cost of living, quality of life, location, and weather. West Hartford is the only community in Connecticut on the list. And a Danbury man is the winner of a $2 million scratch ticket. The Connecticut Lottery said the ticket was purchased at J&R White Street Sitco in Danbury. The winner said he wants to buy a house and do some traveling. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident, exit 42 as things backed up into Norwalk. 95 northbound, hour and a half, Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through, but they're few and far between. Out of New Haven, 95 jamming through Long Wharf, and on the Wilbur Cross north and southbound, they have heavy congestion getting through Woodbridge, Camden, and the West Rock Tunnel. 84 eastbound crawling along through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Rain this evening, then showers after midnight, below in the mid-40s. Cloudy tomorrow. There will be scattered showers and milder with a high near 60. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So would you want your Connecticut lawmaker to vote for a bill that had this line in it? Now listen carefully. I'm going to give you one line of a proposed bill. Very important bill in Hartford. And a lot of you may say, well, I don't get into the minutia of what they do, but you should. Here's the line. All right, you ready? Now, step back from the fact that you may be a Democrat or left-leaning independent or Republican or right-leaning independent. Let me give you the setup here. This bill would, quote, got this? You ready? This bill would, quote, prohibit the imposition of mandatory minimum parking requirements for any development, for developers or any development, in a municipality. Got that? I'll read that again because I butchered it. This bill would, quote, prohibit the imposition of mandatory minimum parking requirements for any development in a municipality. How about one more time? This bill would, quoting again, prohibit the imposition of mandatory minimum parking requirements for any development in a municipality. That's one of the lines in a bill being bandied about now at the state capitol. House Bill 5002, that if it's passed, if the House passes it, if the Senate passes it, if the governor signs it into law, that bill would to some extent weaken the Planning and Zoning Commission in your city or your town. Now, you may like that, you may not like that, But should Hartford be doing that? Now, the reason they're doing this is HB 5002 was the culmination of years and years. It's an omnibus bill. It's the culmination of efforts to force mainly Fairfield County to loosen up on its zoning conditions. In other words, the affordable zoning, the affordable housing crowd thinks that Fairfield County, and to some extent some, suburbs around Hartford, suburbs around New Haven, they're too restrictive. The zoning is too restrictive. And yes, some cities and towns have restrictive zoning for a reason. But guess what? The city of Bridgeport, the state's largest city, guess what? Some Bridgeport legislators and members of the city council, they don't like that language. They don't like that language. Several Bridgeport city council members pushed back on that bill that would prohibit the imposition of mandatory minimum parking requirements for any development in a municipality. So one thing that bill is doing, by saying, hey, you folks locally in Bridgeport or in Milford or in Stratford or in Trumbull or in Shelton, what they're saying is you can't use parking as a reason for killing a development here. What do you think of that? I think that's way out of line. Now, look, I'm not going to sit here and say parking regulations in the city or town are never used to kill a development. Of course it is. And if people in that city or town, if duly appointed members of the Planning and Zoning Commission heed their constituents' concerns, then they should do it. But this is a bigger issue, and the issue is simply this. And it's a simple question. In fact, we've had this question up and underway on our Facebook page today, facebook.com/W/voice of CT. I should say. Very simple question. Should the state have more power to overrule your local planning and zoning commission on issues of affordable housing? Now, this has been threatened for years and years and years, and it looks like those threats are, becoming more real here. You agree with this or not? You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I personally think this is a bad idea.
Summer can't come soon enough, and we're ready to celebrate at one of the biggest Memorial Day parades in Connecticut. Join WICC at the annual Derby Shelton Memorial Day Parade this Monday, May 26th. The parade steps off in Shelton starting at 9 a.m. and finishes in Derby. Bring your entire family to the Derby Shelton Memorial Day Parade this Monday. Kick off summer with WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Safety, security, control, just some of the reasons to call Nick and his team at Property Protection Consulting. Hey, it's Melissa, and I use PPC for our doorbell cameras, smart thermostats, and surveillance cameras because they make my home and family feel safe and secure. Plus, everything is easy to operate. It's all on one app, and if something goes wrong, somebody from the team comes out right away. For security systems for your home or business, book a complimentary consultation with locally owned Property Protection Consulting at ppcalarms.com. Tell them Melissa sent you.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. If you need anything related to the trees on your property, K&J Tree Service should be your first call. They're my go-to for all of my tree issues. Did you know K&J has 0% financing available right now? You can apply from your phone. There's no credit impact. There are loan options within seconds, and they're also offering offering special discounts like $250 off of $2,500 jobs or more than $500 off a $5,000 job. Are your trees in distress? Is your yard losing its charm? Well, then let K&J Tree Service bring your landscape back to life with their expert tree care solutions. At K&J Tree Service, they understand the importance of maintaining the beauty and safety of your outdoor space, and their team of certified arborists offer top-notch services, including tree trimming, tree removal, stump grinding, and so much more. Go to kjtreeservice.com for your free assessment today. That's kjtreeservice.com, and you can also text them for a free assessment. 203-248-TREE.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, we've got your flooring needs covered. From intricate area rugs, durable vinyl and laminate to elegant stair runners. Shop anywhere, but make sure to see us before you buy. Visit courtesycarpet.com to explore our extensive selection. Visit Ellen, Jay, and the team at Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Trust us, the experts in quality flooring. Because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is our courtesy.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident, exit 42 as things backed up into Norwalk. 95 northbound, hour and a half, branch through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. They're few and far between. Out of New Haven, 95 jamming through Long Wharf, and on the Wilbur Cross north and southbound, you have heavy congestion getting through Woodbridge and Camden and the West Rock Tunnel. 84 eastbound crawling along through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, rain this evening over to showers after midnight, below in the mid-40s. Cloudy, scattered showers tomorrow with a high near 60. Partly sunny on Saturday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
Voice your opinion on the voice of Connecticut. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, back to open phones in just a bit more on that vote going on, that debate in Hartford. We'll get to it momentarily. First, I want to shift gears just a bit and welcome to the program Scott Powell. Scott is a senior fellow at the Center on Wealth and Policy of the Discovery Institute. You've seen him and read him all over the place. Wall Street Journal, Investors Business Daily, Newsmax, The Federalist, USA Today, Barron's, the New York Post, the Chicago Tribune. Safe to say, another one of my guests that's got a much better resume than I do. Scott, it's Paul here at WICC. How are you, sir?
I'm very well, thank you.
Scott, tell us about the Discovery Institute. Before we get to your piece here, which is a real interesting piece on rare earths and a sovereign wealth fund here, talk about the Discovery Institute for just a bit.
Well, the Discovery Institute is a unique think tank, as they call them, a sort of a public policy research center, and it is unique in that it focuses on areas, subject areas, problem areas of our society that are not always covered by some of the other larger think tanks. One of its strengths is an area called intelligent design, which was really a school of thought that has come out of science. That science has really disproven the Darwinist theory that we evolved, that evolution is the way of explaining life. Science, you have to have more faith to be a Darwinist than you do to be a believer in God, a believer in a creator, because there is no explanation for so many of the amazing things from the microscopic cell level of life to the universe that is explainable, except really that there's an intelligent designer in it all.
Got to be somewhere. I've always thought about that. You have a great opinion piece here at Newsmax.com with a sovereign wealth fund. Trump seeks to strengthen the nation. You talk about this, and you've talked about something that I've heard mentioned from other guests I've had on here, the dependency, believe it or not, that even in this day and age of high risk that we have on China. It's always one of my pet issues to talk about. So explain all this to my listeners.
Well, China, when China really, I think got everyone's attention was under the regime of Mao Zedong. And Mao was a hardcore communist that believed in total control over society. And his revolution, was had many stages to it. One of which was to divide society, to divide parents from their kids from their parents. That children would rat on their parents, and it was a very the Chinese Revolution was horrible, and the consequences were an absolutely dictatorial regime. Mao was a real, thug-like dictator that eliminated opposition and didn't hesitate to, kill, mass killings. You have 100 million people killed in China during the so-called communist revolution. So, however, we recognized that we needed to sort of keep China from becoming allied with the Soviet Union.
Sure.
Having two enemies allied against us would be a problem. So it was maybe wisdom in the Nixon years through Kissinger, who made an overture to China and sort of opened up a relationship with China, and that led to some more enlightened people in the Chinese. Some more enlightened people succeeded Mao, Deng Xiaoping being a key figure, who appreciated that market incentives are really important if China was really to develop its economy. For China to solve its endemic agrarian poverty, there needed to be incentives, and so it started that China became open to that, and then there came to be a recognition that they wooed American manufacturing to come to China because of lower costs. And, of course, a lot of people got on that bandwagon, and we ended up, following that course for several decades. And now, we have whole industries that have left America in terms of their manufacturing. The pharmaceutical industry is totally dependent upon China. We actually produce none of the base materials for pharmaceuticals in the United States anymore. That can change, and we hope that it will. But we realize that in the COVID period, where where we were sort of a hostage to China. But worse is what I point out in this article, and that is that we are hostage to China on these so-called rare earth minerals. It turns out that defense is a very high-tech area of production. These F-16, F-22, F-35 jet fighters, and of course now it's the drones and AI-driven systems. All of these systems require very, very sophisticated electronics. And they require what's known that are made up of not just silicon, but rare earth elements like gallium arsenide and many other sort of rare earth metals or minerals, and without them, we couldn't have these, this high end defense capability. And so, what I think most Americans have not realized is that we are now dependent on China for at least 20 of these rare earth materials.
And some of these materials, you say 100%, right? If we don't buy them from China, we can't get them from anywhere.
Well, I'm sure that over time they can be sourced somewhere else, but we sort of relied on China. And so, yes, it's the U.S. government that openly admit that we rely on China for 100% of 20 key minerals and rare earth elements that are required for a high-tech defense system.
So Scott, in about the minute we have left, what is the proposal here from the Trump administration of the Trump White House to say, hey, let's get started on this now to loosen our dependence on this? What could Mr. Trump do if he can follow through on this to help us with this? Because to me, that's frightening. So what can he do?
It is frightening. It absolutely is. Well, I think, Trump is an extraordinary leader in that he is very transparent, and he sees his role as an educator. You probably seen that they bring the TV cameras right into the cabinet meetings, right? He's very good with the press, opening up meetings with even foreign dignitaries. He opens them up to the press.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's going to educate the American people, I think. This is a big area. He's had a lot to do. He can't do it all at once. But I would expect in the next month we're going to hear about his rollout of a sovereign wealth fund that will involve more development of resources within the United States. And put aside the value of rare earth minerals, we don't really know how much we have in America, but we do know a lot about some of these other assets that are in our ground, that are on American soil, and we have almost $20 trillion of oil and gas reserves.
Wow.
And if you put that on the balance sheet of as an asset, well, you've offset a lot of $36 trillion right there. But we have coal deposits that are worth $2.5 trillion. We have gold deposits worth about 2.2, and copper we have about 8.4 trillion of known reserves. So, but there's much more. But those are just four big areas. And rare earths, it's yet to be determined how much we have. But I just think that we've got two problems here. We need to strengthen the U.S. finances, and that can be done by a sovereign wealth fund that would account for these assets to offset our liabilities. And then, secondly, to address our strategic defense needs, and so this sovereign wealth fund can facilitate both of these things, which is very unusual. Usually, if you're going to strengthen the defense, you increase your defense budget.
Sure,
it means higher deficits. It means more deficits mean more debt. But even if we do take on a little bit, even if defense expenditures do go up, if we add a lot to the asset side of the equation through a sovereign wealth fund, I think we will have accomplished something that no other president has done before. It's almost the impossible to strengthen the U.S. National security. That means spend more money,
sure,
but also strengthen the U.S. financials. But that would happen through a sovereign wealth fund.
Well, folks, check this opinion piece out. You can find it newsmax.com/Scott Powell. With a sovereign wealth fund, Trump seeks to strengthen the nation. We are currently depending on the Chinese government for many of the rare earth minerals that are needed for our defense spending. Scott Powell, appreciate the time. Thank you, sir. Take care.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, folks, that's kind of one of my pet topics here. We are, as much as we cross swords with China, and China's trying to stare us down militarily, if they were to cut off these elements, we are in big, big trouble.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident, exit 42 as things backed up into Norwalk. 95 northbound, hour and a half, Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through, but they're few and far between. Out of New Haven, 95 jamming through Long Wharf, and on the Wilbur Cross north and southbound, you have heavy congestion getting through Woodbridge, Camden, and the West Rock Tunnel. 84 eastbound crawling along through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Rain this evening, then showers after midnight, below the mid-40s. Cloudy tomorrow. There will be scattered showers and milder with a high near 60. Saturday, partly sunny with a high and low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Are we loading too many great prizes into these hit scratch tickets?
Boss says add more $500 prizes. That's what we do.
Not just 500s, it's 50s, 100s, and 250s too. Are these tickets too good?
The new hit scratch tickets from the Connecticut Lottery are loaded with 50, 100, 250, and $500 prizes and a second chance to win.
Overall odds by game. Hit 50, 1 in 5.51. Hit 100, 1 in 5.31. Hit 250, 1 in 4.80. Hit 500, 1 in 4.41. Second chance odds depend on entries received. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline. Call 888-789-7777.
Columbia Dental's Norwalk office is your go-to family dentist. They offer comprehensive care with general dentists and an oral surgeon. Conveniently located at 91 East Avenue, they're affiliated with the Columbia Implant Center in Manchester, operating 7 days a week, including holidays, to manage any dental emergency. With their in-house digital dental lab, they provide top-tier dental services, including prosthetics, ensuring all your needs are met. For more information, visit columbiadental.com and experience unparalleled dental care.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up. I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Trump administration is barring Harvard University from enrolling international students. Current foreign students will have to transfer. This Swedish student says it's time to fight back.
If we give him 5 names, he's going to demand 100 more. So I think that this is the time we have to say, no, this is enough.
CBS's Carter Evans reports 2 people were killed, 8 injured when a private jet crashed into a military housing neighborhood in San Diego.
We understand that many people were evacuated from these homes here by firefighters and by neighbors when they arrived on scene.
It's not clear when evacuees will be allowed back in. The White House has released Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s report on childhood chronic disease. CBS's Alexander Tin says it lists 4 culprits.
That includes ultra-processed foods, chemicals like food additives and pesticides, chronic stress and a lack of physical activity, and too many vaccines and prescriptions.
The report also calls for more study of childhood vaccines. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Wallace.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Connecticut State House of Representatives last night passed changes to the state's Trust Act, expanding the law that limits contact between local police and federal agencies such as Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, commonly known as ICE. The current law states that police can only contact ICE after a person in the country illegally has been convicted of a Class A or Class B felony. The proposed changes would expand the prohibition to more state officials, but also broadens the crimes that could trigger contact. Republicans have been pushing for the addition of Class C felonies as well, but Stonington Republican State Representative Greg Howard made it clear to WTNH TV News 8 that the goal was not to target illegal immigrants.
We are not and have not at any point in time been about police contacting ICE simply because somebody called to report domestic violence, was involved in a car crash, or even picked up for a misdemeanor or D felony.
10 educators were arrested while protesting at Governor Ned Lamont's office in Hartford yesterday. They were taken into custody for civil disobedience after camping outside of the governor's office in the Capitol building in an effort to increase education spending in this year's budget. Following the arrests, Governor Lamont spoke with WFSB Channel 3 and said that he supports more education funding, but can't give the teachers everything they're asking for.
I want the money to go where it makes the biggest difference. That's for the teachers. That's in the classroom. That's apprentice teachers. That's Big Brother, Big Sister. Those are the programs I really care about, and summer programs as well. I'm going to do everything I can to tell the teachers we respect everything they're doing, how important they are.
The protesters said the state must put more into education, with school districts across Connecticut facing funding cuts. In some districts, that could mean layoffs. The second round of medical debt relief has begun in Connecticut, with over 100,000 residents expected to soon have some or all of their medical debt erased. This is due to the state's ongoing partnership with the nonprofit group Undo Medical Debt. The first round was announced by Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz this past December.
And we have canceled out $30 million in debt for residents of Connecticut.
This particular form of debt forgiveness has received support from state Republicans, with Trumbull Republican State Representative Dave Rutigliano telling WTNH-TV News 8 that it shines a light on the issue with America's healthcare system.
To forgive somebody's medical debt is certainly a lot more acceptable to someone like me than it would be for student loan debt. It does beg a bigger question of why is it so expensive? Why isn't insurance covering all this stuff? And what is fundamentally wrong with our health system that we can't all afford to use it?
Bradley International Airport is now part of an indoor navigation app meant to assist passengers with certain disabilities. The airport recently announced a partnership with Good Maps, which provides enhanced navigation and mapping for passengers who are blind, deaf, or neurodiverse. It can also be helpful to travelers who don't speak English or first-time flyers. The Connecticut Airport Authority said the partnership helps ensure, quote, everyone who comes through Bradley International Airport has a seamless travel experience. A late-season nor'easter is bringing heavy rain and gusty winds into Connecticut today. As much as 2 inches of rainfall is forecast, with isolated higher amounts possible. Winds will gust to 40 miles per hour at times, especially near the coast. It's unseasonably chilly, too, with temperatures mostly staying in the 40s. And starting today, you'll be seeing more people out on the roadways. AAA projected more than 45 million people will be traveling 50 miles or more from home for the Memorial Day weekend holiday, setting a new record. That projection accounts for people nationwide today through Monday. The highest percentage of people getting away will be driving. Connecticut State Police are reminding drivers that troopers will be out in full force throughout the holiday weekend. There will not be specific checkpoints set up across the state, but state police are reminding folks to never drink and drive or get distracted behind the wheel. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident remains near exit 42 as things backed up through Norwalk. On 95 north, plan on an hour and 20 from Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. On 95 northbound, we have reports of an accident near exit 39 has things backed up into Stratford. And you have heavy volume delays in both directions through Long Wharf and West Haven. Wilbur Cross, north and southbound, congestion delays going into the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, jamming through Shelton, going up to the bridge. And 84 eastbound, crawling through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by Ganem Personal Injury Lawyers. Injured in an accident, Ganem Injury Lawyers fight for your maximum compensation. Turn your setback into a comeback. Visit GanemInjuryLawyers.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, rain this evening over to showers after midnight, below in the mid-40s. Cloudy, scattered showers tomorrow with a high near 60. Partly sunny on Saturday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we've been talking about House Bill 5002. A lot of people, including some big city zoning commissions, all the way down to the smallest cities and towns in the state, not happy with this. Joining us right now to break down what's in the bill and better explain it, East Haven Republican State Rep Joe Zullo, who represents District 99 in beautiful East Haven, where many of my relatives have resided and still do. Hey, Joe, it's Paul on WICC. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, Paul. Thanks for having me on.
Okay.
And great to hear that you've got a great family in East Haven. It's a great community.
Yeah. Mention the Pacelli name in East Haven, and the cops will say, "Where is he?" No, just kidding. Hey, Joe. So break this down. I mean, I've been picking up bits and pieces of this bill, HB 5002. A lot of people are calling up with questions. But before we get into the specific questions, what's the status here of this bill, and the big view here, Joe? Is this good or not?
Well, listen, there's a couple ways I can describe it. The proponents of it like to say it's towns take the lead. Quite frankly, I call it follow the leader.
Okay.
And the leader is a big state bureaucratic institution trying to tell towns what to do and how to zone, and because they think that state bureaucrats know better than local stakeholders. I can tell you that it's opt in or lose out.
Yeah.
There's provisions in there that essentially say that if you don't do what the state tells you to do in this proposal, that you're going to lose out on or be deprioritized for certain discretionary grant funding from the state. And then there's just some proposals that just they defy logic. You're talking about eliminating mandatory minimum parking requirements
and
for
Joe,
zoning proposals.
That's the one that I've read about. I've done other interviews, and I know some of the city delegations like Bridgeport City Council, they don't like that. So, Joe, is that the biggest backdoor way of trying to, do you think, take control of some of the zoning issues here by doing it with parking?
Well, listen, I mean, think about parking as an aspect of a zoning application, right? It's one of the most critical parts, right? Because if you don't have a place to put the cars, obviously people can't live in these places. And so, yes, I do think and parking regulations are one of the most fundamental mechanisms through which towns are regulating certain types of development. And the consequences are scary, though. I mean, under the proposal as it's worded right now, you could have a commercial applicant come in, a big box retailer that's going to generate a lot of traffic, a large restaurant, and they would not have to satisfy any minimum mandatory parking requirements. So this doesn't just apply to residential, it applies to commercial.
I also had a question, Joe, and the guest is East Haven Republican State Rep Joe Zullo, District 99. Joe, somebody had asked me earlier, and I jotted this down, as far as the parking situation as you read it in the bill, what if somebody is handicapped? In other words, the push here is not to have mandatory parking spaces for these developments, but would that cover somebody who needs handicap facilities or ADA stuff here, or have you seen anything about that in the bill?
There's nothing in the bill, and it's not addressed, but the general consensus is that any applicant would still have to satisfy any federal or other superseding requirements like the ADA. But again, satisfying those requirements might still be complicated. I mean, imagine having just a handful of handicaps or ADA accessible spaces, or less, for example, tactiles on sidewalks as you're approaching some of these places because, they don't have as much parking. So I think there could be a deleterious effect, downstream because of this proposal.
Another question somebody had, Joe, and again, maybe you've seen this in the bill, maybe not, but towns and cities, you well know, set up their police, their fire, their EMT to service a certain amount of population in an area. Now, if you're going to have developers who get the upper hand here because of some trickery, is there any concern here from anybody how that may be affecting in the future EMS, PD, first responders, or not?
That's a great question. And the reality is it's going to cause a huge burden for municipalities. And that's not just a logistic burden, it's a tax burden. Because think about it, there's a proposal in here that says that as of right, you can convert commercial uses or properties to residential uses.
Mm-hmm.
The emergency response and the municipal resources necessary for a residential property are very different from a commercial. Obviously educational resources. If the residence, is 55 or older or 62 or older, you have increased AMR or EMT medical visits, increased fire and police presence needed. So not only will there be logistic considerations and consequences, but then there's tax consequences, right? Because someone's got to pay for all this. And ultimately, you will definitely see mill rates skyrocketing because of the additional need to fund these resources.
I noticed, Joe, and the guest is Joe Zullo, East Haven Republican State Rep, District 99. Joe, I see there's the phrase that we've seen over the past few years, transit-oriented development. Is that a fancy way, Joe, and correct me if I'm wrong, of saying, well, if this is within a certain amount or distance from a bus station or Metro North or CT Rail, that it's going to have a better chance here? We want more people living there?
The concept, fundamentally, yes, is we want more people residing around transit because then they'll use less cars, there'll be less effect on the environment, they'll have an easier way to get to things. The TOD proposal that you see in this bill, unfortunately, one of the complications of it is it really doesn't do anything to address the need for affordable housing. It allows developers to build up to 9 units as of right without any affordable components. So 2 problems with that. One, again, you could go right up to the desk in your zoning department, hand in an application for 9 units, no public hearing, nobody else knows about it, they have to approve it at the desk. And number 2, there's no affordable component. So, I mean, developers, if they don't have to, aren't going to build that. So we're not really going to be creating housing for the people that are asking for that housing as we're debating this bill.
So I just want to double check on what you said. So under the bill, Joe, as you read it, if I'm a developer, Pacelli Development, right, and I say, hey, I want to build near X, Y, and Z, so I would be able, without any sort of public hearing, to get a quick approval of 9 units? Is that what I understood?
That is correct. You could build up to 9 units as of right, so long as you satisfy the requirements of the zoning district, the transit-oriented district created by the town. Again, the caveat also being that if the town doesn't avail itself and take advantage of this and create this district, it becomes deprioritized for a host of funding, like steep funding, urban action grants, things like that.
No, my head hurts just thinking of it. Okay, Joe, here's the magic question. Is there enough support for this at this point with the bill as it's written now that you folks got in the last day or two? Will this get out of the House with approval? What do you think?
I can't, as I stand here talking to you, I am not sure. The numbers are obviously close because it was supposed to be called this morning very, very early, and it still hasn't been called. Frankly, and to the majority's credit, I'm grateful that they continue to have the conversation about trying to improve the bill, and we're making some headway. Ultimately, will it get out of that both the House and the Senate? I don't know.
All right. No, that's fine, Joe. I'm not forcing you to say yes or no. No, that's fine. Hey, Joe, thanks. Republican State Rep Joe Zullo, East Haven, beautiful East Haven, District 99. Hey, Joe, thanks, and don't hesitate to give me a call, man. Thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity. Always a pleasure.
All right, thanks. There you go. All right, folks, there. How about that? Up to the minute. They're still talking about it. They're still trying to massage this. There's things in there that'll probably have to get changed. But how about that? So you and I can form a development company under this and get up to 9 units, as Joe understands in the bill, 9 units developed if I want to do that without any public hearing. Really? Or without any affordable housing? Really? This is what we're doing? Man. We'll do some business here. I'm a little stunned. I'm recovering. Traffic and weather together, all that right here on WICC.
Options, experience, and know-how. You deserve all 3 when it comes to selling your home. Choose someone who's trusted by community leaders with a nearly 40-year track record of serving area families just like yours. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate. We can bring you a cash offer should you need to sell quickly. We can protect the equity in your home with a traditional sale or even our Improve to Move program if it's right for you. To upgrade your home, learn more at carbeautyrealestate.com.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to carbeautyrealestate.com.
I've witnessed firsthand the life-changing work of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. Because of donors like you, they've been able to offer free food, clothing, health services, addiction recovery, and more to help reform the lives of our struggling neighbors, including housing for homeless mothers and children. This month is May Matching. Generous donors will double what you give. $25 becomes $50, $100 becomes $200. Now is the time to double your impact.
Please donate to BridgeportRescueMission.org.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's all to 321-321.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident remains near exit 42 as things backed up through Norwalk. On 95 north, plan on an hour and 20 from Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. On 95 northbound, we have reports of an accident near exit 39. Has things backed up into Stratford. And you have heavy volume delays in both directions through Long Wharf and West Haven. Wilbur Cross, north and southbound, congestion delays going into the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, jamming through Shelton, going up to the bridge. And 84 eastbound, crawling through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by Ganem Personal Injury Lawyers. Injured in an accident, Ganem Injury Lawyers fight for your maximum compensation. Turn your setback into a comeback. Visit GanemInjuryLawyers.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Rain this evening, then showers after midnight, below the mid-40s. Cloudy tomorrow. There will be scattered showers and milder with a high near 60. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut has a lot of problems. Here's the man who will solve them. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Oh man, we still got to get the bosses here at Connoisseur to offer you folks the internal intercom channel between me and Chris. Thanks to Joe Zullo. Well, there you go. They're still pouring through this 100-page bill. So listen, you folks. Maybe I have people who are members of their zoning board of appeals, ZBA, or planning and zoning. You gotta, you gotta keep up with this, because your power could be curtailed. And listen, let's be frank, okay? Everything or anything a zoning board does is not right. That's not what I'm saying. But it's not a question of right or wrong, or this developer wants to do that, or that guy wants to build the condos over there, and there's not enough room, and he's going to need an easement. No, those decisions should by and large be made locally. Now, there are state housing laws and federal laws, of course, against discrimination based on race, sexual orientation, gender as it will, national origin, religious. So that obviously. Plus, you have to watch for redlining too. We understand that. But the actual approval of this stuff, who knows? Maybe your brother-in-law who serves on the zoning board is going to have even better stories. All right. Bill in Bridgeport is here. Bill, how are you, sir?
I'm doing okay. Let's get our contractors' licenses. We'll get the investors. We'll start building in Greenwich.
Well, that's, I think, the goal, Bill, of this whole thing. I believe that's the goal. Sounds like it, right?
We build a couple of thousand units. We like to walk away with $100 million by the time we're done selling everything off.
Imagine a couple of thousand units in Greenwich.
Well, at least 4 or 5.
How about
enough land for that many?
How about some high rises? You don't need a big footprint if you
downtown.
do a high rise, right? Why not?
Yeah, right downtown even.
Listen,
downtown Greenwich.
Yeah. Bill,
we could make a lot of money if we did it right.
Here's the problem, though. I don't know whether this, but you're right, Bill. People need places to live. But even if you build X amount, right, and then you say, well, so many of them have to be affordable housing, okay. But all the ones that are not affordable housing are still going to be stinking expensive. It's not like it's going to help the price, right?
Right.
Yeah, Bill, it's a tough egg there. Bill, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing, folks. Just understand. When you hear affordable housing, which is fine, and affordable, there's a formula that goes into what's affordable, what's not. It's whatever percentage of the average income or the poverty rate or whatever. Then they have to take the price of a unit there, and it's 70 or 80%, whatever. There's kind of there's kind of a formula there. But the point being, everybody's saying, well, there needs to be affordable housing in the state. But all these developers do, and nothing against the developers. It's their money or their consortium, and they got to make money. Nobody builds housing not to make money unless you're a charity. So somebody puts up a development, whether it's a 4 or 5 or 6 or 10-story high-rise or whatever, they are going to have to follow the 830G statutes about, minimum amount of the necessary affordable units there. But the other units are still going to be expensive. So I don't know what the answer really is to this, honestly, seriously. Because I think sometimes people hear affordable housing and they think of these mass kind of large-scale developments. Oh, that's great because Shelton or Greenwich or Fairfield or Weston or Wilton or Southport or Stanford, oh, they're getting all this affordable housing. Well, no, they're not. They're getting a percentage. They're getting a percentage. Now, of course, a lot of the developers, listen, they're out to make money, those men and women. It's their money they're putting up to build these things, right? I'm sure they would like the laws massaged in a few ways, but, this is not easy. Here's the bottom line. A lot of people, some of them very rich, like to live in some really desirable places in Connecticut, and a lot of people can't afford to get in there for whatever reason. So I don't know how anything that we've discussed today that goes through any lawmaker in Hartford or lawmakers is enough to go against the flow of the natural market. I mean, do they have affordable housing in Beverly Hills? I don't know. Is there such a thing as affordable housing along the Pacific Coast Highway? Just a thought. Traffic and weather together. We wrap it up right here, right now on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident remains near exit 42 as things backed up through Norwalk. On 95 north, plan on an hour and 20 from Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. On 95 northbound, we have reports of an accident near exit 39 has things backed up into Stratford. And you have heavy volume delays in both directions through Long Wharf and West Haven. Wilbur Cross, north and southbound, congestion delays going into the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, jamming through Shelton, going up to the bridge. And 84 eastbound, crawling through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by Ganem Personal Injury Lawyers. Injured in an accident, Ganem Injury Lawyers fight for your maximum compensation. Turn your setback into a comeback. Visit GanemInjuryLawyers.com. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, rain this evening over to showers after midnight, below in the mid-40s. Cloudy, scattered showers tomorrow with a high near 60. Partly sunny on Saturday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Rocket.com is the new home for all things home ownership. Whether you're buying your first home, finding your next one, or unlocking home equity to fund one of your dreams, there's only one destination that has everything you need to get started, all under one roof. Get started today at Rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream.
They're changing the tax rules again. What does that mean for you?
So to be tax-free, you have to pay the tax on the money today and find the right places to store it and accumulate it tax-free forever. And then you don't care where tax rates go up in the future because you have a plan that will protect you.
To find out, join David Gagnon of First Financial Planners for Mastering Your Wealth. Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Hey, there are a couple of quickies to wrap it up today. A couple more bites at the apple. Governor Ned Lamont, according to Hearst and the Connecticut Post, privately urged Joe Biden to step aside as a candidate. This, of course, in that new Jake Tapper book there. Jake Tapper And Alex Thompson, the book Original Sin, which I think is in my Audible queue. I know Lisa's reading it too. She said she got a copy. So, Jake Tapper writes, quote, Connecticut's Ned Lamont affably said, Mr. President, since age is just such an issue right now, front and center, why not just take age off the table and just step aside and swap somebody else in? Several fellow governors like Maine's Janet Mills and Colorado's Jared Polis also raised the issue of Mr. Biden's age. Others defended the president. Look, here's the bottom line, and we know how it worked out. He was still angry about getting bumped in 2012 for Hillary. And Hillary did that because she was angry getting bumped in 2016. Hillary was angry about getting bumped in 2008 by Barack Obama. So Mr. Biden, for whatever reason, dug his heels in. He says, no, I want a second term. So there you go. At least that's how I see it. I don't know whether that actually happened, but that's what my prodigious white gut tells me. Folks, I'll be in tomorrow morning for Melissa. Melissa off on Friday. Chris Williams, thank you.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Wallace. The man accused of killing two Israelis